Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. Good morning. This is day 6 of the Harmony Montgomery murder trial with Adam Montgomery not there, I'm sure. Thank you so much, Stacy and Drea. You guys are so generous. Thank you for your super chats. They were super chatting before the stream even started. That is so amazing. Thank you so much. You guys really keep it going. You really keep it going. It looks like they have started the cameras. They are right on schedule. We've got a lot more evidence in the courtroom today. Do you see this evidence? Because now, remember, we left yesterday with the forensics gal on the stand. The New Hampshire State Police forensics gal. So happy Valentine's Day to you too. Love is in the air. I had this big plan. I woke up late. I had this big plan. I was going to have little hearts on the screen, dancing around today. I was going to have a song right when I came into this was my dream anyways. Right when I opened up the live, it was going to go, love is in the air everywhere I look around. So it's the thought that counts, right? Just pretend it happened. Samantha, he ate Elaine up, that dude. You guys hear all the sirens? I have heard nothing but sirens since 4 o'clock. Jess is there, yes. Yes. Kendi, thank you for bringing that up. Tonight it is Valen Crimes Day. In our Discord, we're going to be playing a video from a Valentine's crime that will blow your mind. So tonight at 7 p.m. there is a member watch party for members and Patreons in our Discord. Amy Perry says, I get the most action I'll get all day before 8 a.m. She's got a mammogram scheduled. Ask him when you're done, Amy. Was it as good for you as it was for me? Good morning, Trees. Good to see you. You know, Teresa, when I was up there, I went to the dispo over there on East Pond or whatever it's called. I can't remember now. You know what I'm talking about? The Romeo Dispo. I get texts from them twice a week. And I'm like, damn, I wish I was there. I mean, it's medical here. It's not recreational here. But dude, it was so cheap there. The prices were so much better than they are down here. But what is the Romeo Mall, Teresa? It said, I got a text saying something about they were having a bash at the Romeo Mall. What's the Romeo Mall? It's not too late to become a member, bullshit. All you got to do is be a member of the channel or a Patreon member. So you can check out both. Where's Summer? 1-800-TBI Find. Hello. It's been a minute, but I agree. I think that there's a lot of monsters involved in this case, but I spent my evening last night listening to more some of Adam's firearms trial. Holy. Terry is gifting a membership. Wait. What's going on here? Dawn Stedman. Dawn, thank you. Let's get you pinned. You guys are so kind. Dawn Stedman coming in hot. Like a fajita. And Terry gifted a membership. And Dawn got it. And she said, Happy Valentine's Day. How nice. Love is in the air. Don't call me bullshit. Bullshit, it's not. I love you. It's okay, Lizzie. Lizzie, I love you, bones. Lizzie, I love your bones, and you know it. And it's all good. We talked. It's all smoothed over, babe. All smoothed over. We don't even need to mention it again, I don't think. I love you. Thank you. Good morning, CN Red Flags and Franny Melville. Angie B, what's up? Casey Marie, happy Valentine's Day. Can I just say, hi, Jammers? Can I just say, Casey Marie, I have got to say, you have got the heart as big as Texas. This girl, Casey Marie. Oh, Teresa. This girl gets flowers on Valentine's Day and hands them out to complete strangers. I have no words. That is just the sweetest thing I've ever heard. I heard that and I'm just like, no wonder I love Casey. She's just got a heart of gold. Grammy DeGreat. Drea gifted 1 membership. Thank you. And Grammy DeGreat got it. Chocolate covered strawberries. Thank you for gifting memberships for Valentine's Day. That's so sweet. Very nice. Very nice. But this girl, can you believe her? Casey, you're alone today. Well, Jammers, no, you're not. I got you. Boo Sheet, what's your thoughts on Kayla saying the dealer always waved back to Harmony? Well, he said that he waved at him. He said he'd greet him and say hello. Welcome, Grammy to Great. The Mag P has a loaded question. What's the link with the merch and stuff? That would be www.j4j411.live. Thanks for asking. Becky Hayward, happy Valentine's Day. It's been a while. Watching in the bushes. Don't be shy, Becky. Happy Valentine's Day to you. No one's alone today. I don't want to hear that. Do you see anybody next to me, Jammers? Do you see anyone embracing me this Valentine's morning? No. So zip it. You got us. You're stuck with us. Deal with it. I haven't had enough coffee yet, you guys. You've made me wake up way too fast. What'd you guys think of Kayla's mother yesterday, though? Oh, check this out. You want to see a latest J ad? It is J411.live/merch. But you don't even have to put the slash. You can see it all. Oh, you are all I need. All I need, baby. This is my latest Temu ad. Amaka meets slug? Glowworm? The fuck is this thing? I got you, babe. Lisa B, welcome. And Kendi, thank you so much. Happy Valentine's Day. He saw Harmony more than once. Or he saw Harmony, he saw them more than once. I don't know. I'm confused, bullshit. Okay, if you guys miss Kayla's mom, you go back to yesterday and you can, it's chaptered, so you can just find that part. Yeah, tell me what this is. And it actually says price drop. Whose face is that? Is that The Rock? Look at that thing, though. It's got, look at its arms. Like, what in the pure fuck is my computer creating? From price drop. Holy shit. But you guys remember Kayla said that they put the tote bag in the snowbank at one point at those apartments. That could be why he didn't see her. Okay, let's get that weird thing off the screen. Isn't that disgusting? I fucking hate AI. It's stupid. I don't think Crystal's in love with him, but I think Kayla most certainly is. Price drop. Look at all those icons. Clean your desktop, Elaine. Good morning, Miss Potato. Good morning, Melissa B. Oh, by the way, one thing I figured out from the weapons trial before we begin. You know our little friend Courtney Garcia? Courtney is married to Ish. Dude, why did I just have balloons? Did you guys see that? Or was that just me? Did y'all just see the balloons go over me? The timeline's all fucked up. Bullshit. The Rock and a sentiment. Yeah. Did you guys just see those balloons? What? Did y'all see that or is it just me? I had balloons. You didn't see that? Rewind about. Yes, Danielle saw it. What was that? I have nothing with balloons on my screen. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that was. They just randomly went. Weird. Dude, I don't know. It looked like something from like your Apple text, like the balloons. Island, I got your request. I'm gonna message you back. Unfortunately, Island, I had to transfer because I didn't know how to pay you. This is what happened. Hey, Peanut, I didn't know how to pay you, so I had to transfer from Venmo to PayPal, and it is taking a few days. It says Meg P coming in hot with 5 memberships. Whoop whoop. We got Sissy, Gen 7, Daniel Marie, Bombshell, and Jeannie Weeks. Welcome. The balloon thing was weird. But I'll message you, Island. It'll probably be a couple days. Good morning, Diane. Good morning. Leo. Hi, Leo. Good to see you. Hey, Ruddle. Melanie. Oh, you do have Venmo? Well, I asked in the Super Bowl thing. I was like, how do you want me to pay you? And I didn't hear from you. So I paid everybody. And then I had to transfer it. I transferred it all back to PayPal, the rest. I was having a hard time paying Auntie Cheryl because she won the 2. And I had to pay her. I can't remember. It was because it came in from all directions. Happy Valentine's Day, Mega. Happy Valentine's Day. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Yeah, I don't know why I had friggin' thing. No, Island in the Super Bowl channel. I announced the winners and I said, let me know how you want me to pay you. Diabolic. Happy Valentine's Day. Yes, and thank you guys so much. Melissa B. Y'all are awake this morning. Need to get my sound bites up. I had to share that ad though, the price drop, just to let you guys know that was on sale. Looks like the judge is in the courtroom, y'all. Here we go. We're going to have the forensics lady back on for quite some time, it looks like, today, because look at all the evidence. Thank you, Casey. We still don't have audio from them yet. Not yet, but we will. Good morning, Mitchski. What? Of course, I want to hear a funny story. Tell me, tell me. What song? Boots with the Fur? Yes, you may. Yes, you may. There you go, Mega. I think they said no blood was found with the um luminol. No blood, I think it was. Oh, mother had a poochki. Yesterday was Fat Tuesday. We went over that. Now today's Valentine's Day. Oh, wow. It's so sweet. Is that right? Should we go to Law and Crime? Let's see. Thanks, Bouchette. We'll go over here because they're a little bit on point. How come I can never find Law and Crime live? It's like they have me shadow banned. Forget it. We're going back to Court TV. I can never find them. Fuck. Now I've lost it altogether. Excuse my language. We didn't miss a damn thing. Teresa with the donuts. Teresa, you should join our Discord. All right.
That?
I do.
It'd be good if you guys had sound, wouldn't it?
When we left off yesterday afternoon, at the end of the day, we had been speaking about the DNA profile that you were able to see on specifically the state's exhibit, the pink toothbrush. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
All right. And I believe you had given us a statistic recently about a 1 in 100 sextillion.
That sounds correct.
Okay. And so if you could just clarify one more time for the jury to understand, what does that 1 in 100 sextillion mean in terms of the profile and comparing the profile that was seen on that toothbrush to the known profiles you were able to generate from Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey?
So that's 100 sextillion times the more likely that toothbrush came from a child from those two particular people than from other random people.
And specifically a female child from those two people, correct?
Correct. It was a female profile.
All right. And so in that profile, and one thing, if you could please explain for the jurors in terms of some of the things when you're looking certainly for differences between males and females when you have an X versus a Y chromosome. If you could explain that to the jurors, what the difference there is.
For the gender?
Yes, please.
Right. So males have an X and a Y, so that everyone is going to get an X from their mother because females only have two X's to give. So when an egg is formed, it's going to have an X regardless. There's no choices. When sperm are formed, half of them are going to get X's and half are going to get Y's from the father. So when they join, you're either going to have an XX and produce a female, or you're going to have an X and a Y and produce a male.
And so with regards to the profile on the toothbrush, because it was identified as being one of a gender female, there was no Y that you saw on that profile. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
It's separate from the toothbrush and being able to come up with that profile and see it there. Separate from that, did you also test a number of different swabs or cuttings as part of your work?
I'm sorry, I did, yes.
Okay. And with regards to those, I'd like to ask you about a couple of specific ones, and by the initials that they came to you under. Specifically, I'd like to ask you about swabs that you received that were labeled JMT 123 and 4.
Okay.
Do you recall being asked to test those?
They sound correct. I do believe one of my reports had those numbers. I don't
If you had a
have them
chance to look at
memorized.
that report, would that help?
That would be lovely.
I know you
Thank
said yesterday, I believe you said you write over 60 of these per year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh, Morse code is back.
Yes, you may.
When I saw my dad on Ash Wednesday, he always had
So
the little
I'm handing
ashes
you,
on his forehead.
A document. Can you tell me what that document is?
Yes, it's my January 19th, 2022 report, and that's what it is. It's 3 pages of report.
When you generated that particular report, was the information fresh in your mind from the work that you just completed on the swaps?
Yes.
So I've asked you to review it for a quick moment, and then afterwards I'm going to ask you a series of questions about a couple of different swabs that you tested on that day, okay?
Okay. Just the JMT 1 through 4 swabs?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I see you're looking up, so does that help refresh your recollection on your testing on those 4?
That does.
I wondered if you could talk to us a little bit about the results that you got from those particular swabs. And I'd like to start with swabs JMT 1, 2, and 3. Did you get any results from looking at those swabs?
Right. So 1, 2, and 3, I did get results. They were from more than one person, but there was so little DNA that they were insufficient to be able to make any comparisons. Remember yesterday I talked about when you have a profile, it has to be good enough quality to be able to compare it, and if it doesn't reach a particular threshold, then we can't do any comparisons. That's what happened with those 3 swabs.
And is that the same for all 3 of those swabs? There was just insufficient DNA in all 3 of them?
Yes.
Okay. When you do have a situation like that where it just is insufficient, does that mean that you can draw any sort of conclusions from it one way or another, that it's definitely one individual or definitely not, or that it compares to an unknown person versus a known? Can there be any conclusions drawn?
So we can, usually we can tell, at least if it looks like there was one person or more than one person, which in this case for those, all 3 of those, I said they were more than one person. And sometimes we can tell if there's an X or an X and a Y, and we can tell if at least one of those people is male or female, but in this particular instance, there wasn't enough information to even tell the gender.
And let's stick with those 3 swabs if we can for a minute, JMT 1, 2, and 3. For those swabs, when you did your testing on this, that was testing for DNA analysis, not for general serology. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you don't know, or let me ask you, did you know what sort of substance might be on these swabs or might have been swabbed here?
So I was, when I get the file, I do have information, some cases, some I don't. For these, I did by then know that they were believed to have blood on them.
And with regards to, are you aware of whether or not they went through serological testing at the lab?
So those swabs did not.
They did not?
No.
Okay. And I believe you yourself, you've done serology at the lab a couple of different times, correct?
Correct.
All right. And with regards to that, what's the name of the test that the lab does for testing for the presence of blood?
Castle-Mayer.
Okay. I'd like to move now to JMT4, that last swab. Did you get a different result on JMT4 as compared to 1, 2, and 3?
I did.
And what did you see on JMT4?
I got a profile from one person, and it was a male.
It was from male?
Male, yes.
Not female?
No.
And let me go ahead and ask you, were there several other swabs that you tested in this matter?
There were.
And from those other swabs, generally from all of them, were you able to come up with any other known profiles or a profile that you saw on any of those that was one that could be compared specifically?
I believe there was one other sample somewhere that had a female profile, if I remember correctly. I don't remember if it was a cutting or a swab of something.
If you had a chance to look at the rest of your reports, do you think that might refresh your recollection as to where that may be?
Yes.
Let me hand those to you, Ms. Swingle. That particular one that you talked about, that's not within the report that you were reviewing a moment ago, dated January 19th. Right?
No.
All right. Do you recognize the three documents I've given you there?
Yes.
And what are they?
My February 1st, 2022 report, my February 20, oh, sorry, they're out of order, a June 29th, 2022, and a February 21st, 2023 report.
Would looking at those reports possibly help refresh your recollection as to the other profile that you were able to see?
Yes, yes.
Feel free for a moment to review and then let me know when you're done.
I think I was incorrect. There was a hair that was female, but it was not actually good enough for comparison purposes.
Okay, so there was a hair that you looked at, but it was not suitable for comparison purposes.
Right, and everything else, it does look like you're correct. They were not anything that I could compare.
Let me ask, with the work that you did do in this case, at any point did you make anything called a cutting or take a separate sample out of what you had been provided?
I did not.
You did not. Let me just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Schmicky.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Ms. Swingle, one more quick series of questions. With regards to the known profiles you were able to develop, not only the one for Adam Montgomery, but also the one for Crystal Sorey, and then with this profile that you were able to see on the toothbrush, the one in 100 sextillion. With those three profiles, what were you able to do with that information? Is there a place where that goes, or is there a place where that type of information is shared?
The only place that we would have to share anything would be with the national database, and I believe the profile from the toothbrush was sent to them for the missing persons portion of the database. That's my recollection. That was not something I did, but I believe that is what happened. And then the profile from Adam Montgomery was put in.
Was put into that
the
database?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Swingle. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow, I thought they'd have more for her with all that
Good
evidence.
morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine.
I do have a few questions, and you clarified a few things for me. Sure, if you don't mind. Okay. Just let me know when you need to look at a report, and then the jury will understand that you're reviewing your report when you testify.
Okay.
So, one of your first duties, you said that you had two sort of roles in this case?
For the most part, I did just DNA, but there was one report that I wrote that was serology.
And that was in the beginning of January of 2022.
That sounds correct. I believe I started it actually on the 9th of January that year.
Okay, and that was because a whole bunch of stuff went to another criminalist who normally does serology, so you checked a few things to get them done quickly.
Correct. So all the evidence came in, and they were asked to rush it, and it was a Friday, which is when they all happened to happen. And because I was planning to come in on Sunday, he did what he could on Friday, and on Sunday I was tasked with trying to get these couple items in particular tested and started for DNA.
Okay, and so one of things don't simply, let's take swabs where people think, the collector thinks it's possible blood, okay?
Yes.
Somebody at a scene has collected a swab and thinks it's possible blood. Doesn't go right in for a DNA analysis, right?
Not usually, no.
Okay. It often goes to serology for intermediate test to see if there's a presumption that it's blood.
Correct.
And if it turns out that it's presumptively blood, it goes on to the DNA lab.
Correct.
And it may turn out to be DNA and it may not.
Correct.
And then if it is DNA, you may be able to get a profile or you may not.
Correct.
And if you get a profile, it may be sufficient to compare to a known sample or it may not.
Correct.
Okay, so these are all the steps that are generally happening in the lab in a case where swabs and samples go to the DNA lab.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and when you did your serology testing in this case, and I think the numbers on them were swabs BEO5 and BEO6?
Yes, they are the correct numbers.
Okay, and one of those swabs was negative for blood.
I believe they were both negative for blood.
Okay, one of those swabs was negative for blood and sent on to the DNA lab.
They were both
Okay.
negative and both sent for DNA.
All right, so let's
All
talk
right.
about, well, let's do them both together, you're right.
Elaine, you suck.
5 or 6 was negative for blood but sent on to the DNA lab.
Both of them were negative for blood and were sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Okay, but BEO5
Those are the correct numbers.
BEO5 was
Yes.
negative for blood and sent to the DNA lab.
Yes.
And then BEO6, you actually got a little more information in your lab, right?
In the DNA portion,
In the DNA portion.
that's the report that he took away. So I think so, but it was not, again, it was still not comparable.
Do you have 19 with you? Okay, so I have messed this up, and I don't mean to repeat, but I'm gonna back up so that we have it. BEO 5 and 6 were both negative for blood, but sent to the DNA lab.
Correct.
Okay. And at the DNA lab, you got DNA from BEO6?
I got nothing at all from 6.
Okay.
BEO6.
So
correct.
here's something that was sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but still sent on to DNA in BEO6, right?
Yes,
And then in BEO6, there's no DNA.
correct.
And then BEO5 is sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but forwarded on for DNA analysis, and you did find DNA.
I found a small amount of DNA, yes.
And in that small amount of DNA, you found presence of more than one,
That's correct.
and you don't know how many.
Correct.
And you found the presence of at least one of those multiple 2 or more DNAs was male.
Correct.
And the presence of male DNA limited your ability to see female DNA.
That's correct.
So that that mixture could have been 2 males,
Yes.
could have been multiple males,
Yes.
could have been a male and a female,
Yes.
could have been multiple males and females.
Yes.
You just have no idea.
Bring it all in.
So, and I want to talk about some of the reasons that might lead to that insufficiency determination.
Okay.
DNA can degrade over time,
Yes.
and you may 2 years later find DNA or not.
Correct.
And in this case, when you were talking about JMT
Hey,
1
bro,
through 4,
hey,
were
bro,
you
I ain't
aware of
finished.
where those
I ain't finished my
swaps were?
sentence.
Nothing
I
you-
didn't fin-
obtained from?
I don't remember if I did know that at the time when I first started them. I'm not positive if I knew or not.
Okay, the jury has heard some testimony about the collection of those items from a trunk of a Sebring. Does that sound right?
I know that there were definitely samples from the trunk of a car tested, so that would make sense, yes.
Okay. Now, if DNA is out in an, what do you call the environment that you hold the swab in? Not quarantined.
Room temperature?
Okay.
What are you,
When
I'm
you
not
store
sure.
it so it won't degrade.
Right, so they're just stored usually in envelopes.
Okay. And are they put in refrigerators or any kind of special environment?
No.
Okay. So when you store it, the DNA can degrade?
It can, but if it's just at room temperature, usually it doesn't.
Okay. But if DNA is out in temperature that goes from, could go from very, very hot for a while to very, very cold for a while, it can be subject to degrading.
Correct.
And, but at the same time, it can be subject to those swings in temperatures for years and not fully degrade, right?
That's true.
So sometimes some DNA exposed to those extremes in temperatures, you may end up with nothing, or you may end up with something.
That's true.
Because DNA can actually stay around for a long time.
It can.
And it is why even after years have passed, you test for DNA and or blood.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the JMT 1, 2, and 3 had DNA, but they were not sufficient quantity.
Those three, oh, sorry if I look,
Sure.
I'll look at the report again.
Please.
1, 2, and 3, right. I could tell that there was more than one person, but that was all that I could tell about those three.
Okay, so again, we have that multiple that you had in BE05, right?
Correct.
And it could have been male and a male?
I don't know anything about the gender for that sample, whether it was male and male, male and female, female,
Right.
male, etc.
Right. All of those choices apply because there's only 2 genders that are under consideration.
Correct.
Okay. And could have been all of the same gender?
Could have been.
Could have been all of mixed gender?
Correct.
Could have been 2, could have been more than 2.
It could. Generally, our wording is if we say more than one, it usually means we think it's 2. If we think it's more than 2, we generally would write more than 2, etc. But when it's very low, it is difficult to tell for sure.
Okay. So here it could have been multiple, but what you saw is more than likely 2.
Correct, because it's more than one, and I did not write that it's more than 2.
Okay.
So yes.
And you tested a fair amount of swabs in your DNA analysis capacity, right?
Correct.
And they were swabs that had the initials MER and various numbers after that.
Correct.
And the jury has learned that the initials are usually the person that collects it, and the number is kind of the order that it gets collected in, right?
That is correct, yes.
So a fair amount went through serology, something was deemed appropriate to send on for DNA, and then it was tested by you.
Correct.
And you said JMT you knew was from the trunk, or you believed was from the trunk of Sebring.
Correct. I knew there were several things from a trunk of a car, yes.
And nothing from the interior of the car, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much. We'd ask for this witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
I think not at this time. There's one more criminalist, perhaps, and then I will give an answer.
I think if it's a no, Your Honor, so that's
Okay, that's a no.
Yeah.
the witness.
All right, you may step down. You're not excused from the sitting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Elaine gets laughed at more than I've seen. Like, I think she thinks they're laughing with her, but I think they're laughing at her. Good morning to television.
Cocaine.
We didn't establish shit, Carlin. Good morning, Miss Carchi.
If you remain standing, just raise your right hand. Oh, right hand, sorry. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Go ahead and have a seat and make yourself comfortable.
Who's this guy? Is he going to be FBI, Manchester? Water ASMR. How do you like the sound of that water being poured in the pitcher? Does it make you thirsty? Does it make you feel quenched? I could never do that. ASMR. We've got games in chat too. Use your points to play games. Type exclamation point to see how many points you, or wait, exclamation point points. If you want to play in chat, then you can see how many points you have. You can duel, slots, heist, have fun with it. I'm going to see if I can get points to trade for merch. I think I can do that in Streamlabs. It's points, jammers. I'm just going to call you Jammer. No more jammers. It's just Jammer.
Good morning, Detective Riley. How are you today?
Doing well. Good morning.
And sorry, I just referred to you as a detective. Mr. Riley, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Scott Riley, Scottriley.
And what city or state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
On and off my whole life.
About how old are you?
I'll be 53 this year.
Mr. Riley, how are you presently employed?
Employed, but I work for myself. I'm a consultant for, I do some work for some civil law firms.
Is that, what kind of work is that?
Interviewing.
Investigations?
No investigations, just interviews. I just do like a forensic type interview.
Do you do anything else currently?
I still work at the police department part-time.
And let's talk about that. When you say you still work at the police department part-time, what police department is that?
Manchester.
And can you just walk the jurors through your experience working at the Manchester Police Department?
So you want me to start with my first police department and then move into Manchester, or just Manchester?
Manchester.
So Manchester.
Is this the first time y'all have talked?
I went there in 2007, and I spent, I think, maybe 7.5 years in Manchester in patrol, doing all kinds of different assignments, bike patrol, motorcycles, stuff like that. And then I went into the juvenile division as a school resource officer for a couple of years, and then I spent the remaining almost 8 years as a juvenile detective.
What kind of things did you do as a patrol officer?
Respond to urgent calls, anything from traffic stops to urgent, could be bank robberies, anything, whatever's needed at the time.
And is it pretty typical for officers that start at the Manchester Police Department to work patrol for some period of time?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned going into the juvenile division and working as a school resource officer.
I did.
How long specifically did you do that for?
2.5 years, if I recall. I don't really know exact. I think it was maybe 2.25 years, 2.5 years, somewhere around there.
And you also mentioned eventually becoming a detective in the juvenile division.
I did.
What did you do? What were your assignments and duties in that role?
investigating crimes either against or by juveniles.
And how long were you a detective with that division?
I was just shy of 10 years by a few months.
Earlier, you mentioned prior law enforcement experience prior to the Manchester Police Department. Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I worked at Hooksett Police Department. That's where I was originally hired in '04, and I worked there from '04 to '07. Then I transferred over to Manchester.
Good God. We're going back to 04?
Mr. Riley, did you graduate
Tearing
from the
up my
New
heart
Hampshire
when
Police
I'm
Academy?
with
What year
you.
did you graduate?
The 135th Academy, and it was in 2004.
I want to switch gears, Officer Riley, or I'm sorry, Mr. Riley.
I'm still an officer, so it's okay.
Okay. Can you, were you assigned duties in your capacity as a law enforcement officer in the investigation of a missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
I was.
And can you just describe generally your role and involvement on that case?
It began with everybody pretty much in the division, because when it first came in, it was fast-paced. They kind of grabbed everybody they could to work on it. So the assignments in the beginning were kind of just, they'd have like a morning meeting, and they would decide, you're doing this today. There was nothing specific. And then it morphed into, I was assigned monitoring jail calls, jail mail, jail messages. I was involved in some interviews. I mean, I didn't have like a specific assignment. Whatever was needed, they just assigned it to us, and kind of we ran with it.
Did you say it was all hands on deck?
It was, in the beginning, yes.
I mentioned a missing persons investigation. Did that change at some point during the course of your involvement?
It did. Yeah.
What did it change to?
It changed to more of a homicide investigation.
Do you recall when your involvement began on the Harmony Montgomery case?
I believe it was the 2 days after Christmas, so it would have been the 12/27 of 2021, if I recall correctly.
At some point in the investigation, did you and the officers with the Manchester Police Department receive information pertaining to the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter here in town?
We did.
And what led you? What information did you receive that led you to that shelter?
I wasn't part of there was an interview that was conducted, and information was obtained that maybe that the child was placed in that apartment for a period of time.
You mentioned an interview being conducted. Was that with Kayla Montgomery?
It was.
During your time with the Manchester Police Department, were you tasked with processing that room?
I was.
When did you process that room?
I believe that was June 4th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Can you describe your response to the Families in Transition Shelter that day?
We were told to go out there, and we were going to complete a search of the apartment. I mean, the crime scene van was involved. It wasn't my case, so I didn't really have any of the planning. I was just kind of, let's go. You're going to help process the scene, and we obviously went out there.
So you mentioned receiving information pertinent to your investigation that may be at the Families in Transition Shelter. Did you subsequent to
Everybody
that,
does that.
after
It's
getting
okay.
that information, did you provide a subpoena for documents to the Families in Transition Shelter?
I did.
If I can approach, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Kristen, send me pics. Send me pics. You did get them? Please send me pics. Those are new. Those are a new item. If you get any merch, guys, send me pics. I want to put them and highlight them in the merch store and show everybody you guys using your mugs and tumblers and everything else. If you've already sent them, please consider resending them if you still have them. I will dig them out if you don't have them. But I just had an idea to put those as the actual pictures in the merch store to show people actually using them. They're awesome. That's so great. You got the straw with it and everything, right? See, I don't know why the time command doesn't work for me. The time is currently $time for $my channel. Like what? Robin, you're gonna have to let me know how those turn out too. Those are new. I did. I have that in my email, Melissa. Do you mind if I use it? If your face is shown, let me know if you mind if I use it or if you want me to cut out your face. Because with the mugs and stuff, I don't have to worry about faces. But let me know, Melissa. I know your face was in that. You're beautiful. But let me know if you want me to cut you out for your privacy.
So, Mr. Riley, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 93 for identification. I'm just going to ask that you review those items.
Kristen, I'm so glad that you like them.
Paying
Whew.
specific attention to this page and this page.
Jammers, I think I still have your tea bag one. Jammers does tea bags. And her J for J mug.
Are you aware of what those documents?
I am. I've never actually read these, but I am aware of what they are, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to strike ID of State's Exhibit 93 and mark as full.
Did you just do this?
Just the two.
Okay. So not your holding this like.
No, so, please.
All right, they've muted us again. Jammers does tea bags. She does. That was her picture. There was a big old tea bag hanging out of it. Anna. Valerie Close, whenever they crinkle bags and pour water, it drives me crazy. I don't mind the water as much as I do the bags. It's so loud. Tea bagging.
Bring it all in.
I know it sounds wrong. It's supposed to. We love you too, Kristen. I'm glad you found us. Bring it all in.
You want a cough drop?
Judge, I need something.
Jennifer loves horses.
I need something. I need a break.
Cocaine, cocaine,
Cocaine.
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 It's cocaine.
It's cocaine.
I'm telling her not to fuck herself.
When you miss Shannon. During the trial, we're like, will this lady shut the fuck up? Now we're wishing for her again. We need to have fun. We do. I mean, how can you watch these things and sit there and be sad all the time? Like, you just can't. I can't follow true crime and be sad all the time. I would be like sitting in the dark, depressed. You can't be like that. A crew of sleuths and shit stains check their drawers and cuss as they disembark for Watts Island. Oh, shiz! The entire crew escaped Watts Island alive. They celebrate with a day stream of J for J and an egg yolk. What, Karchi? Roses are red, violets are blue. Maybe next stream you won't ignore me the way I ignore you. Oh man, I'm having a hot flash. I've had hot flashes so often lately. I'm so sorry, guys, if there's guys here. I know you hate hearing about women's problems, but whew. It should be there anytime, Jess. You might have a target on your back if you wear it to court, though. I don't know. There's another YouTuber there, too, a girl. I saw, she popped up in my feed. We did, Lucia. No, we didn't. I don't think Jess can hear them. On Patrol Live, Cops, America's Most Wanted Court Cam. Happy Valentine's Day, Karchi. Okay, since Karchi feels ignored, let's make her feel special. Happy Valentine's Day, dear Karchi. Happy Valentine's to you. Dude, I'm losing my mind. I should probably mute before I get myself in deep. I got 340 here. Have you guys all hit that like button? Have you? Good morning, Jeff Kent. Jeff Kent came in right after the menopause talk. She can't hear them either, guys. 100 people. Jay, look at the one I wrote to Olive about the taste buds. Oh, shit. My promotionals. Oh, the ignore one was to Olive. Olive says, Karchi, I'm not ignoring you. I can't find it, Karchi. Where's Poon? It's Valentine's Day and Poon's not here. Beyond the evidence, we're glad you're here too. Jeff says, Jay, I'm glad I missed it. Well, Jeff, I apologized to the men before I said anything. I know. Is there reasonable doubt that Adam did this? I don't think so. I haven't seen them pin it on anybody else yet. – 100 people. Hello, Rusty Nail. Good to see you. Roses are red, violets are blue. Maybe one day I get Olive, Poon, Jammers, Kendi, and Angie too. Roses are red, violets are blue. Thank you for tuning in. I don't know. I'm a horrible poet. This guy's getting fucking irritated. Do you see him? He's like, dude, I got cases. Look at him twiddling his thumbs, literally. Look at him. He is showing my time is important. Y'all need to get a fucking move on. He's looking at Jess. Look at him. Literally twiddling. Oh, he's letting them know I am fucking irritated. Oh, her coworker's on vacation. Ugh. Jess says something may be wrong with the document. Oh, my pup, I feel you. Lauren, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what kind of discussions they may have had with him. I don't think Adam was up for discussions. If you watch his interrogation, he's like, I got nothing more to say. Sure. Flow 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war. Thumb fight. Thumb wrestle. Hey, I've got something to share about Facebook while we have this little break. So remember how we were talking about Zuckerberg being questioned, on the Senate floor about child pee? Well, my son, who is almost 30, was very disturbed when he saw his people you may know on Facebook. It looked like all these people were connected, and he had no mutual friends with them. Yet, Facebook pulled it up as people you may know. Very disturbing to me. He's pissed. He's like, what the fuck? He sent me these screenshots. He's like, I can't believe this. So now mom's not so crazy because I see this shit because of what I cover. Like my kids are like, God, mom, you're paranoid. I'm telling you, they're starting to see it now. They're starting to see what we've been seeing because we follow these cases. Mom's not so crazy no more. He was thoroughly disturbed. Oh, this world. What are we going to do?
And overruled in part.
Oh, here we go. We're back, Elaine. Morse code coming in hot, too.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Oh, and what else? He reported it to Facebook, and they immediately sent back that there was nothing wrong with it. That's what I forgot to throw in. He reported it. It came back immediately that there was nothing wrong with it.
No objection.
I'm gonna leave these with you, Mr. And I'd just like to walk through what
Roses
those
are red,
documents
violets are blue.
with the
Mark
jury. If you
Zuckerberg
could
is a
start with
perv,
the
and
first
I hate
page,
him.
The room information. Feel free to use the screen behind you. Do you see the individual's name in the top left?
Yes.
Can you read that for the jurors?
Adam Montgomery.
In what room does it say Adam Montgomery was staying in at the time?
Room 1.
And what were the dates associated with his stay?
December 30th of 2019 through February 20th of 2020.
Let's go to the next document. This is work order number A11010. What is the start date of that document?
2/5 of 2020.
What's your understanding of what this document is?
It's a work order for the fit.
And can you read the description on that work order?
It says general other, really cold in units 2 and 5. Come check the thermostat, slight odor when the heat is on. Done on 2/5 of 20.
And what was the unit number associated with that?
Unit 2.
And we'll talk about this later, but are you familiar with the general layout of the rooms in the fit shelter?
Yes.
And let's move to work order number A11079. Which unit number is associated with that work order?
Unit 1.
And that's your understanding of where the defendant was staying?
Correct.
And can you read the general description?
General other, weird smell coming from vents in the unit. Come check it out.
And what was the date associated with?
February 21st of 2020.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that the defendant left that room on February 20th?
Correct.
So this is the day after he left?
Correct.
If I may approach, Your Honor. Detective Riley, I'm handing you what's been marked and previously published as State's Exhibits 31 through 34, and what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 35 through 39 for identification. Can you take a look at each of those in turn? I'm going to take these records back from you. Can you take a look at each of those in turn and describe what's depicted on those images?
This is the. Are you going to put them on the screen too? You want me to hold them
I
up?
plan to put them on the screen, but
Okay.
if you can just
Just this one.
talk to me about
Okay.
not show the drawings.
Okay, so the first picture is a picture of the front of the Families in Transition, which I'm going to call FIT for ease. It's the front door. It's really just the front of the building. And the second is second picture is
Hold on.
oop.
Attorney Knowles, him saying second picture, I need him to identify what he's looking at by the
Just your
exhibit
Honor,
number,
if you could
please.
Just review the number that's depicted at the bottom.
Is it this number right here?
Yep.
Okay, so number 30 is the front of the building. Number 31 is inside the building, looking at doors, apartments 1 and 2. Number 32 is looking inside Unit 1. It's a picture inside the room. Number 33 is another picture inside the room, specifically of the ceiling. Number 34 is a picture of the vent, our area of interest, one of them. Number 35 is a picture above the ceiling, looking at the an area of interest that I'm sure we're going to talk about shortly. Number 36 is I had placed a measuring tape to kind of show the size of the area of our interest up there. There's a and then number 37 is a picture of the ceiling was cut and it was on the floor before they wrapped it.
How about 38, 39, 38? A and 39.
So 38 is another picture of the ceiling when it was on the floor. It was placed on butcher paper.
39A.
39A is a picture after I cut the ceiling, just the hole and picture of the room. And then 39B is another picture of the ceiling where I cut out the ceiling.
And do you recognize the items?
I do.
Okay. Are they accurate representations of what you saw that day?
They are.
At this point, Your Honor, I move to strike the ID from State's exhibits 35 through 39B.
Not 30 through 34, just 35 through 39B.
30 through 34 have been previously published to the jury.
I see, okay. Any objection? All right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as full exhibits.
Detective Riley, when you arrived at the Families in Transition shelter, were you accompanied by anyone that day?
Many people, yes.
And you mentioned remembering going there, the image that I've just depicted behind you, identified as State's Exhibit 30, do you recognize that location?
That's the front of FIT, yes.
And the individuals that accompanied you that day, do you remember their names?
Some of them.
Okay.
Detective Stewart Coswick, Rahill, Deputy Duffs, William Duffs is his name. Tufts, I'm sorry, Tufts. Detective Dunleavy. There was a couple supervisors there, I think.
So the
Captain
individuals
Layton was
that you
there.
just mentioned, the majority of them work for the Manchester Police Department.
Yes, all but one, yes.
Are you aware of where Deputy Tufts that you mentioned?
U.S. Marshals.
Mr. Riley, what did you do when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter? You mentioned that you did some cutting as you were reviewing those images. Can you tell the jurors what you actually did?
So, you want me to start from my first observation when I walked in the room, or just the actual cutting?
Let's talk about walking into the room first. If you'll look at the image that's on the screen behind you, State's Exhibit 31. What are we looking at there?
Unit 1 and 2, the
So,
doors.
Unit 1. I don't know that that's much better, but
This is 01.
can you, so Unit 1 is on the left, and where's Unit 2?
Right here, on the right. Right down.
So they're adjoining rooms.
Yes. They're polar opposites from each other. I'm pretty sure they're exactly opposite, like this. The wall separating the two.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Oh, yeah, sir, you just need to speak into the microphone
sorry.
when you're speaking,
Yep,
so
sorry.
that everyone can hear you. I know it's hard, but.
Yep.
And did you make any impressions when you, did you enter the room when you arrived?
I did.
And the image that's behind you, you said you recognized,
That's Unit 1.
and was that the layout that day?
It was.
Are you aware of whether or not they're allowed to move furniture at the Families in Transition Shelter?
I have no idea.
Tenants?
Not aware.
But that's what you saw when you arrived?
Yes.
And again, can you remind us why you were going there that day?
There was information developed in the investigation that there's a potential that the missing child was placed above the ceiling in this unit.
And was there an access point to that ceiling?
There was.
And do you see it in the image there?
I do. It's the vent at the top.
That vent?
That's correct.
There's a number next to that vent. Can you read that to the jurors?
Number 1.
When you arrived in that room, when you actually walked in, did you make any impression? Did you have any impressions?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors what those impressions were?
There was an odor. I could smell something. I didn't know what it was when I first entered the room, but I could tell there was an odor in the room.
Okay. Any other impressions, Detective?
I mean, it looked lived in. Kind of a normal residence, I guess.
Did you do anything with that vent while you were there?
I did.
What did you do with it?
I removed the vent. I pushed it up into the ceiling and moved it to the side.
Was there anything securing that vent when you moved it?
I don't believe there's anything securing the vent to the outside frame. The vent kind of just sits into the outside frame, but the vent was connected to some tubing up top by a zip tie.
Did you remove that zip tie at some point?
Yes, I did, after.
What did you observe did you look into the opening that you created?
I did.
What did you observe when you?
As soon as I removed the cover, I knew I could smell what I know is decomposition. I could smell a dead body. What I believed to be a dead body at the time, or it smelled like decomposition is the best way to describe it.
What is decomposition?
When a person dies, their body starts to degrade, I guess is the best word. It's a smell that you just won't forget.
And can you just tell the jurors what your experience is with that smell?
I mean, I've been to many, many death scenes, many autopsies. I've smelt it many times.
Did you make any other observations when you looked into that vent?
I did.
And what were those?
I could see at first that there was, it looked like a stain right close to the edge of the vent. that, correct? And I also noted that you can see the sheetrock dust, and I'm sorry if you can't hear me, it's hard to crank my neck around to see this. The sheetrock dust you could tell had been altered. Like you could see in the back, it's all fresh sheetrock dust, probably from when the place was constructed. And this over here appeared to have been, something had been in that area.
Mr. Riley, if you don't mind just standing up and actually pointing to that area of dusting that you're discussing.
Right here. You can see here, this is different. The composition is very different between the two. It was clear that something was here and not placed over in this area.
And the staining that you mentioned, where is that, if you could point it out on the screen?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You mentioned seeing staining.
Yes.
Where is that on the?
This over here.
At some point, did you attempt to measure what you were observing in that picture?
To the best, yes, I did.
And is that it?
It is.
About 16 inches across?
Approximately. It varied in size.
Let's talk about what you did next after you observed this area of interest. What did you do?
As a team, we obviously decided that we needed to take this, so we cut it. We used just an old school sheetrock serrated knife, and I cut the sheetrock until I got to the metal studs, and then we had to use a reciprocating saw to cut the metal studs you can see in the picture.
Did you take any precautions while you were working on the ceiling?
When I was up in there, I had gloves on, but I didn't go up into the ceiling. You couldn't because it would collapse. So I didn't really have, other than putting the measuring there, I didn't really have any direct involvement with like the stain. When I started cutting, we changed gloves every time we changed, like when we took the vent down, we changed gloves. When we started cutting, I changed gloves. But I was below the ceiling at this point. I was cutting from below. I wasn't up in the ceiling with it.
Were you wearing a hazmat suit that day, or a
I was
mask?
not.
How about a mask?
I was not.
What were your working conditions like while you were doing this?
It was hot.
It was hot.
It was hot. Yeah, it was very hot.
Sweating?
I was.
How long did it take? You said you removed a portion of the ceiling. How long did that take?
I would say the actual cutting was probably maybe an hour. The whole time we were up there was or dealing with that, maybe 3 hours. I don't recall the exact times, but it was within a couple hours, I think, probably, from the time we removed the vent till the time we actually took the ceiling down.
And so you mentioned actually taking the ceiling down. Is that what it looked like?
It is.
And again, that staining, did it become more apparent once you removed it from the dark area it was in?
It did, because of the lighting. It was.
Do you recall whether that item was given an evidence number?
I know it was. It wasn't tagged by me. My primary focus was just getting it down, and then it was handed off to the team that packaged it and tagged it. And I am helping assisting packaging later, but initially they put it and covered it in butcher paper.
Do you recall having it labeled MER 3D?
That sounds right. Yes.
MER, those are initials this jury heard. Do you know whose initials those are?
Yeah, Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rayhill.
Correct.
You mentioned butcher paper?
Yes.
Do you see that in this image?
Yes, you can see it through the hole. It's sitting on top of butcher paper.
At what point during your processing did you actually place that butcher paper down?
I didn't place it down. The team that was there did. I was standing on. I had the ceiling. I'm not very tall, so I had to stand on a platform to get to cut. So once we got to the point that I could cut the last metal, we had to have other team members hold it, and then once it was detached from the ceiling, I got out of the way and it was put down on a piece of paper.
Do you know what the purpose was of putting it on paper?
Preserve any evidence that's on it or in it.
Would that be including the items that fell during the cutting?
Correct.
Are you aware of how this portion of the ceiling was handled once you removed it?
I know it was placed in the crime scene van, and then I believe I helped carry it up into the evidence room. And then I didn't have anything to do with it for a period of time after that.
Were you aware of low points in the ceiling while you were processing it?
I don't know what do you mean by low points.
Was it completely level, or do you know?
On the outside, looking up, it was flat. Inside, there was a bunch of different channels because of the metal framing.
I want to talk about how large the ceiling was relative to the overall room size. You documented it, is that right?
I did.
And is that accurate in comparison?
It is.
How did you actually get up there to cut this out?
We used that bed frame.
No ladder?
No. Well, we had a ladder there as well because we had to have multiple people, but I stood on that bed frame, and if I recall, I may have stepped off to the ladder. And I know there was some talk about having other people jump in because it was hot that day and it was a lot of manual cutting, but I continued, and just because I was already covered in sheetrock dust, there was no sense getting anybody else.
Mr. Raleigh, I want to switch gears. At some point, in your official capacity as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, did you travel to Florida?
I did.
Can you explain that to the jurors, why you did that?
They're trying to figure out how to get this to a lab to test it for DNA or try to figure out what was on this staining. And I know that I didn't myself, but another detective had done some work on this prior to me getting it. I offered to drive it down to Florida because they had no, it was too big, you couldn't fit it in a plane. It turned into a mess. So I offered to drive it, and they said sure. So I went and rented a car at the airport, and I know that the size, I remember it being 44 inches wide, and we had to find a vehicle that it would fit in. So we rented a car, and it fit, and I drove straight to Deerfield Park, Florida. I think it's DNA Labs is the name of the.
DNA Labs International?
Yes, correct.
And when you say we drove it, who, if anyone, were you accompanied with?
Detective Bergeron Rosa.
And so you drove it from Manchester to Florida?
We did.
And do you recall the date of that?
I believe that was July 20th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Did you stay in Florida, or did you come back to New Hampshire?
We stayed overnight. We drove straight through. We didn't sleep on the way down. We drove the whole way.
In your career as an officer, have you ever done something like that, such a long trip?
Personally, yes. Many times. As a police officer, no.
Did you eventually come back with that item, that portion of the ceiling?
We did.
And when you say we did, was that with Adam Bergeron Rosa, or was that another officer?
That was with Detective Heil.
Heil.
Yes. Just a timing thing, so they assigned him to go.
And how did you come back with the item?
We flew down and we rented a car, or it was a Ford Expedition, if I remember correctly, and we came back with that amongst many, many other items. It wasn't just that item, but the vehicle was completely full.
Between the time that you took possession of the portion of the ceiling and the time that you got to the lab in Florida, were you able to maintain and secure possession of that item at all times?
At all times, yes.
And once you obtained it back from the lab in Florida and drove it back to New Hampshire, were you able to contain it, to secure it at all times?
We were.
If I can have just a moment. No further questions, thank you.
Just a few, but I think I have to.
Oh.
That's with my.
I'll be able to use this now. It was just hard to turn around.
Right. Doesn't have to go high. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Caroline Smith, and I do not have very many questions, but you talked about having many different duties in this case, right?
Correct.
And one of those duties was to talk with Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
And do you recall when you were speaking with Kayla Montgomery?
I would say either the 30th of December or the I think 12/30 of 2021 is. I may be wrong, but that's kind of in my head.
Okay. Was that at a fit shelter or a recorded interview?
Both. So I talked to her 2 different times, so that may be off by a day. The first time, I believe I talked to her, we were at Fit, outside of Fit.
And the second time?
Was at the station.
Okay. And that was a recorded interview?
Correct.
And that was prior to her arrest?
Correct.
Okay. Did you advise her that she could have an attorney?
Yes.
And did you tell her that she didn't have to speak? You wanted to talk to her about missing Harmony?
Yes. I don't know if I did or Detective Dunleavy, but she was advised that it was a voluntary interview, yes.
Okay. And you talked for a while?
Yeah, yes, it was. I think it was
And
pretty
then at
lengthy.
some point, I think you all gave her a chance to be alone and write down maybe her thoughts.
Correct.
In case she didn't want to tell you all directly, maybe she wanted to write it down and pull her thoughts together.
That is correct.
right?
Yes.
And the essence is that and you gave her a fair amount of time, right?
Yes.
And when you came back and looked at the note, it essentially ended the interview.
It did.
Okay. Now, another random duty, I don't mean to call it random, you just
It
were
was.
jumping here, there, and
It
everywhere,
was very
right?
random.
And
Okay.
one of the things that you did was, to collect something from the House of Correction that Kayla wrote?
Correct.
Show you what's been marked as Exhibit G. Do you recognize this document?
It's okay to remove it out of here?
Yes, you have it.
Okay. I do recognize it.
What is it?
It's a note that she had, that was, I think they were doing a cell search, if I recall correctly, and they found this in her room, in
Okay,
her cell, sorry.
okay. And so essentially, the police department, someone discovered that this note had been seized,
Yes,
and you were assigned to go and take the note.
correct.
And did you talk to the COs and sort of document everything about how that was obtained?
Yes, they had their own report. They provided me with their inside report.
Okay, and do you recall when that was?
I don't. I'd have to see the report. I don't remember the date. I'm guessing early January. I don't recall the date. I have to see it.
If I showed you a copy of a report, would that help
It
refresh
would,
your
it would,
recollection?
it would. It's just too many dates to try to
I know.
wrap my head around them. So it was January 31st of 2022.
Okay, and, excuse me, from the time that you obtained that note, did you put it into evidence and secure it and all that stuff?
I did.
Okay. And just very, very quickly, I want to talk about securing evidence and why you do it, okay?
Yes.
And why you have these initials and all these bags and stuff. You can't do anything about evidence and what happens and who touches it and how it might get transferred and all that stuff until you collect it, right?
Correct.
If you want to preserve something in the exact condition that you want it to be in, you can't affect what happened before, right?
That's correct.
So all you can do is take what you have available, and from that moment, you can preserve it.
Correct.
Any changes an item might have gone through, any transfer of evidence back and forth, you can't affect that.
I cannot.
But from the moment that you collect it, you're gonna make sure that there's virtually no changes in that item, right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you do it is to collect it and put it in a container.
Correct.
Okay. It might be something like an evidence bag,
Could be.
and it might be something more, it might be an envelope if it's just a document.
Could be,
And
yes.
in that one, you put it in that clear evidence bag?
I believe this was their evidence bag. But I don't recall if it's ours or theirs. This doesn't look like our bag, but it may have been. We have many different types, so I don't recall if this was mine or theirs.
Okay.
It probably was ours, because I believe I took copies of this, so I believe this would be our bag. I may be
Okay.
mistaken.
And that's a plastic bag.
It is.
So you try and collect it and preserve it in the container appropriate for that evidence.
Sure.
For instance, you wouldn't put the tile in plastic because that might cause
Condensation.
condensation and affect the condition of the item within there, right?
Sure.
But
Yes.
you're not so worried about condensation with a piece of paper.
Correct.
Okay. And then when you collect it, the jury has seen items open and it has red tape. This one is sealed just as a product of the bag it's contained in, right?
Correct.
But other evidence items might have some tape on it.
Sure.
And the reason for the tape is that you are securing the evidence and letting anybody know, once this is taped, that nothing is going to change that item unless we can track it, right?
Sure.
For instance, if evidence has been taped with Manchester Police Department tape, then something might be sent to the lab for checking, right?
Sure.
And the lab would have to open an item to test an item, right?
Correct.
And so when the lab opens whatever packaging that you have retained a piece of evidence in, they actually don't open from the top, right?
I don't do that. I have no idea how they open it.
Foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, so one of the purposes of the different color tapes is to be able to track when an item of evidence has been opened from its packaging.
I use whatever color tape is available. I don't use it for tracking. I use it to seal the item. That's the only reason I do it.
Okay, so if somebody comes along later and opens the item, they have to reseal it to indicate that it's been gone in and then keep the tracking. You don't do that?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I don't reopen evidence. I don't know that I guess
Okay.
it's possible it could happen, but I wouldn't necessarily use a different color tape if I did.
Okay,
I would cut it in a different area. I would tape it and then initial it after.
okay. So you would cut it in a different area so that somebody knows that it has been opened from the original sealing.
Sure.
And then you would tape it in that second area, right?
Sure.
And you would do a report that documented the fact that for whatever reason you had to go into the bag that contained the item of evidence.
Sure.
So that anybody that wants to know, has there been any changes to this item of evidence, we can track anybody who has had access
It's
to it.
reasonable, yes.
Okay. But there's nothing you can do about anything before you collect an item of evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Officer.
Yes, officer.
Thank you.
Officer Riley, you were asked about interviewing Kayla Montgomery, and you mentioned that interview ended.
It did.
Can you tell the jurors why that interview ended?
She said that she didn't want to talk anymore and she wanted to get an attorney.
She asked for a lawyer.
She did.
Note G, Exhibit G, that note that was collected. Are you sure about who collected it, who put it in that plastic bag?
I think I would have, because I believe I took photocopies. I don't recall if I did photocopies or they gave me photocopies. That's why I'm unsure whether I put it in that bag or someone else.
When you say they may have given you photocopies, you also said it may have been their bags. Who is they?
The
They that you're referring
Valley
to?
Street Jail, Hillsborough County House of Corrections.
Note G also talks about her wanting to speak to her attorney, right?
Correct.
You were asked about the handling of evidence, packaging. You were asked about cross-contamination. Do you know what cross-contamination is?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what cross-contamination is?
Well, it depends on the item of evidence, but, I mean, cross-contamination could be anything from blood to DNA to, I mean, I'm not sure what.
Specifically with respect, and let me back up. You were asked about tiles. Did you collect tiles from that fit shelter?
Tiles? They were collected, yes. I didn't physically collect them, but yes, they were collected.
You collected the ceiling.
Yes.
And this wasn't ceiling tiles, this was the actual ceiling.
This was drywall, yes.
Do you remember what the drywall was connected to?
It was connected to metal studs, metal framing.
Metal framing?
Yes.
So that's what you collected?
Yes.
After that collection, did you volunteer a DNA sample?
If needed, yes, I did.
Why was that?
Because it was sweating so much, it was nearly impossible to try to measure and take pictures of that stain. I mean, it was just the sweat was running down my face, so I wasn't sure if I could have sweat and dropped any in that opening when I was up in there.
Is that pretty standard when you're collecting items of evidentiary value, of potential evidentiary value, that you volunteer such a thing?
Yes.
And that's for many detectives, correct?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're sorry, all right. Let's
prosecutor
cough
asked
right in the
about
microphone.
How
Elaine.
the December 31, 2021 interview ended, and with that note, and you said that Kayla asked for an attorney?
Is that the recorded interview?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, she said it. She wrote in the note that she wanted an attorney, yes.
Okay, but the note contained a lot more than I want an attorney. The note contained what she said
Yeah,
her story was.
Yes.
That Adam had driven off with Harmony and she...
Approach.
Oh, he's going to be twiddling his thumbs again because Elaine, every time there's an Elaine. Oh my God, Angie B. Be careful, Mega. She just coughed right into the microphone. She's like, oh, sorry. I'm pointy. Here goes the thumb action. He's like, let's thumb wrestle. 1, 2, 3. Thumb exercises. A 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5 and a 6. Let's do it again. Oh, Lord. I mean, turn your head from the damn microphone. It's like... Karchi, did you see my latest ad? Were you here when I showed it? There he goes. He's thumb. Let's do it again. And a 1 and a 2. Take it down low. He's like, nope, I ain't got nothing else better to do. I'm just a cop. We just have a billion drug addicts in this city. I don't have anything else I need to be doing. Oh, Karchi, here it is. I don't know if it's part Amica. Someone said it looked like The Rock had sex with a centipede. And it's on sale. Price drop. Get yours today. They are on sale for Valentine's Day. Take a clue from De Niro and hit that thumbs up. Morse code back.
So the note that essentially entered the interview included that she wanted a lawyer, right?
Correct.
But it also included that she didn't know anything more. Go talk to Adam. He wouldn't talk to her.
Yes.
Going to the clinker, the big house.
Sorry about my misreference to the ceiling tiles.
So it's okay.
Everything you do is a misreference, Elaine.
And again, that volunteer of the DNA sample is a lot of stuff can affect an item, and you want to make sure if there's an item of evidence that is revealing information that nobody understands, that they can check your DNA, compare, and see maybe it's that versus something else.
Correct.
If there's a question about perhaps DNA being found.
Correct.
Okay.
She's struggling. He's going to start.
And by the way,
what?
Note G
Oh.
that you collected from the COs. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That was not the note we're talking about in the interview. That was the note where Kayla had listed her desires in talking to the AGs.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down.
I am here to help you learn.
Shut up, Lamington.
Yes.
This is probably a natural time for a break because Elaine needs to go poop. Be careful, Meg.
Our mid-morning break.
Jesus.
It's about 10:33, so just after quarter of, we'll come back and resume the evidence. Thank you for your attention. All of my instructions apply today as well. So don't talk about the case, please. Thank you.
And don't do any research.
All rise for the jurors, please. All right, 15 minutes, so 12 for you all.
Jesus. 12 minutes. Okay, so we have a 12-minute break. And don't talk to your poop about the case, Clinker. You're going to the Clinker, the big house.
Going to the clinker, the big house.
Good morning, Sharon. I can't even recap because we haven't learned anything. The only thing we learned was that this man that was just on the stand is the one that cut out the ceiling. He actually is the one that had to go up in the ceiling and he helped cut it out. What's up, Daff? She's trying to poke holes into something that can't be poked. The only thing I can recap is that he cut the ceiling tiles out and Elaine mistakenly called them ceiling tiles, or I don't know. Denise Stanley, I agree with you. I think Adam and Kayla had a plan. Hey, Jess. She's got her headphones in today. Happy Valentine's Day, Scott H.
God almighty.
See you in 30, Danielle. Yeah, so basically we heard from the cop who sawed out the ceiling. So now we're going to have to hear probably the testing on that or something. Maybe the lab itself, the person from the lab, because they had all that. They have all that evidence in the courtroom, and it looks like it's the ceiling stuff. Robin Millete, I want to know where was Adam when Kayla turned on the heater in the car? Yeah, there's DNA evidence in the ceiling for sure, for sure. Because, well, he testified that when he went up in the ceiling, like, he immediately smelled it. We're already on break, Jess. Good morning, Queen Virgo. So we're on a short break. We have about 10 minutes. And then the only thing you missed was the cop who cut out the ceiling tiles. He said that he immediately smelled what he recognized as decomposition in the ceiling. And he went up there with another officer, and they actually cut parts of the ceiling out. And then that officer drove them with another officer. They drove all night down to Florida to get that ceiling to a lab to test it down here in Florida. They drove straight through. Larissa, happy Valentine's Day. So that's really the gist of it. And now we've got a bunch of evidence is in the courtroom, and it looks like parts of the ceiling. Hey, Bridget, good morning. Boo Sheet, I'm also wondering where Adam was when the battery died because Kayla had the heater running without the car running. Yeah, he said it smelled bad. He said it was really hard. Speaking of Sarah Boone, Olip, did you guys see Sarah Boone has a new lawyer and it's a female? Sarah Boone, maybe a female lawyer will be good for her. I don't know if she's had a female in the past, but she's got a new female lawyer. Sarah Boone. What do you mean, Larissa? I don't understand that. I know Kayla mom and shelter on shock that her body was there. About Kayla's, what is Kayla's mom? What do you mean? I'm hoping this female lawyer will be good for her. Because UGG is an emotion, Sarah Boone. This is lawyer number 8 for Sarah Boone. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody just joining. My water problem got no help from the city. I just got an email that says everyone has to limit their water use in Boyle due to break somewhere. Jeez, oh Pete's, Mike. Hopefully they give you, are they going to refund you on your bill? Yeah, I don't know how if she's had other females out of the 8. Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone is crazy. Did you know there's like a Sarah Boone from history. She's a black lady named Sarah Boone, and I think she created the ironing board. It's weird because when you Google Sarah Boone, that woman comes up from like the 1800s or something. Remember Kayla said that they have her body at her mom's house when they were staying there? Yeah. Her mom testified about that cooler yesterday, too. You may need a lawyer, but yes. Get a class action with all your neighbors. And if you look at Sarah Boone's mugshot, she has the same expression as the Sarah Boone who created the ironing board. Fun history. I know I'm full of random stupid facts, but no, I'm serious. Watch. If you go to Google, Google is a weird thing. Watch this. Sarah Boone, and it's spelled the same. I swear I learned about her in school. So then you go to Google Images. See? There's Sarah Boone. Happy Valentine's Day, Kendo. Okay, so let's check this out. Is this the Sarah Boone? Wait, hold on. I got to show you. Is that our Sarah Boone right there? It says meet the team, Sarah Boone. Is that her? Vault Health? Is that our girl before she got all messed up? Why are her eyes like that? Sarah Boone, our director of sales for regulated transportation at Vault. Is that her? It's our long lost relative? I mean, it kind of looks like her. Does it not? Come on, look it. It's her with a filter. But look, there's Sarah Boone, a Low Country Girl book. And then here's the Sarah Boone from history. I think she created this. See, look. She created the ironing board. Well, maybe she had a job before then, before she got into drugs. Yeah, look, watch. Look at the look on Sarah Boone's face here. And then, hold on. Oh, we get into some shit here, don't we? Sarah Boone was an African-American inventor who on April 26, 1892, obtained United States patent rights for her improvements to the ironing board. Boone's ironing board was designed to improve the quality of ironing sleeves and the bodies of women's garments. The suitcase. She didn't invent the suitcase. She invented the ironing board. But now let's look at Sarah Boone. Now we'll put Florida. This picture here is the same look. Look at her clapping. She looks like she's clapping. Look. She's crazy. I think that could be her before she got crazy. And they got on drugs and drinking and shit. I don't know. It's definitely a filter because she's got fishbowl eyes. Like, the eyes are not like that. Pumpkin porter. We learn things here. We we dig into the dumbest shit sometimes. Okay, so this is the two looks I'm looking at. Okay, so look at the look on their face. This one and this one. They have the same exact, like, are you for real? Look at this. Look at this picture. Oh my gosh. That's a more recent one. She's gone butch. She's definitely gone butch behind bars. I did. I'm pretty sure that she had a job before she got on drugs and alcohol. Denise. Okay, hold on. This lady's look on her face cracks me up. Oh, man. We're going to do a side-by-side. We've got a few minutes left. Oh, no, we don't.
Let's be seated.
We're back in
You may be
court.
seated.
We're back. We'll check that out later. I'll get a side-by-side made, and we'll see if that's Sarah maybe before she lost her shit. Because she was married, and she had a baby and stuff, you know? I think she had a normal life before she played hide and seek. I don't know who the next... Okay, let's do this. Maybe we have a few minutes. They're getting out some exhibitees, it looks like.
Just one brief housekeeping matter
Okay.
before this next
Oh,
particular
yes.
witness. With regards to the next witness, the state's going to intend to call Detective Brandon Lammy from the Manchester Police Department. This will involve some handling of the different pieces of evidence, especially some of the larger pieces of evidence. One of the evidence technicians that happens to work in the Manchester Police Department, David,
I'm telling you, this is her.
in the courthouse today, we would ask if you would be able to just simply glove up and be able to help handle some of those materials. For
Fight me.
Detective Lammy, rather than having Detective Lammy do all of the work himself, because we will be talking about some of the largest items that we have.
Any objection to that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, and
Fight
can
me, it's
he
her.
stay during cross and
Absolutely.
Do
I
this-
think that's
do the
the
same
way
thing?
to be impartial in terms of his ability to assist the jury in understanding the evidence.
so if you want him, if you don't, I'll leave that to you, Attorney Smith, but he'll be available to help manage the larger pieces of evidence if you want that, okay? All right, that's fine. Maybe just introduce him. You know, he's not testifying, but I think it might be useful for them to know who he is. Okay, very good. All right, ready to bring in the jurors? Everybody ready? Yes?
Yes, Your Honor, sorry.
No, it's her. Sarah.
NECA.
Meet the team.
Fit through there with that table?
I mean, she had a normal life, you know? It's an older picture, yeah.
Cart, yeah.
She had a normal
The cart
life
will
before
fit.
she played hide and seek and got into art. She was married, she had a baby. You can't make it up, yo. Telling you, we find the weirdest shit. Corey, that is a Temu ad that I got.
You may be seated. State may call its next witness.
Take care of yourself,
The state
Chihuahua.
calls Raymond Lammy.
In addition, Your Honor, we'd like to call evidence technician David Dido, simply be able to assist with the handling of the physical evidence, not to testify.
The objection?
Someone's going to be handling the physical evidence, and then one's going to be testifying. So we're going to see the ceiling.
And Detective Lammy, if you can just remain standing, raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. There's some water there in front of you.
I know. How do you think I felt when I saw it? All right, I'll see you guys on the next break.
And Detective Lammy, if you can get started by just stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Ray Lammy, Lamy.
And Detective Lammy, how are you presently employed?
I'm currently employed as a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you worked as a detective?
I've been a detective a little over 5.5 years.
And what's your current assignment?
My primary function is fraud investigation, and I also am a lead in crime scene processing.
What are your current duties and responsibilities, Detective Lammy?
General investigations of any financial crime from start to finish. When it comes to any major crimes in the city, violent crimes, then we all lend a hand and process those and work on those together.
Have you ever had any other roles at the Manchester Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for just about 5 years.
And prior to that, any law enforcement experience?
2 years in Litchfield as a police officer.
Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did class 163, approximately February, March of 2014.
Detective Lammy, do you participate in regular training as a function of your role with the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
What types of training have you completed?
Notwithstanding a litany of financial crime investigations, I've done forensic identification of skeletal remains, blood stain pattern analysis, crime scene processing, death investigations, FARO certified, and crime scene photography.
You mentioned the FARO just now. Can you tell the jurors just generally what that is?
A FARO is a 3D device that can map out an area, which is useful for documenting measurements and recreating a scene for the jury, such as yourself.
I want to switch gears, Detective Lammy. Were you working in your official capacity as a detective, rather? Were you assigned to a particular case involving a missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
And can you just generally describe your role and participation in that case?
The majority of my role was helping coordinate evidence processing, liaison between the state lab and private labs, processing of several vehicles for evidence, and also some other various items that were processed.
Did you coordinate with a lab in Florida during your participation?
I did.
And when did your involvement begin in this matter?
The beginning of January, we had some initial tips that were phoned in that we went and investigated in Haverhill, Mass. And then a vehicle was processed middle to the end of January.
You mentioned the beginning of January. Do you remember what year that was?
2022.
You mentioned tips, and I want to discuss that. Are you aware of a tip line related to the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I am.
Had you worked in your career as a law enforcement officer, as a detective, had you worked on a case involving a tip line before?
I've had tips come in for some of my own cases and financial crimes.
I guess I'm referring to a specified tip line associated with this case.
I did not field the tips or the calls. I was just asked to follow up on them.
You were directed to follow up on them?
Correct.
And you said one of those was in, did you say Haverhill, Mass?
Yes.
You mentioned processing vehicles during your participation in this case. Was one of those vehicles a blue Audi AS4 bearing New Hampshire registration number 4569334?
I can tell you that it was an Audi AS4 blue. I can't tell you the exact plate without referencing my notes.
Your Honor, if I may, excuse me, if I may approach.
Yes?
Detective Lemmy, I'm handing you what's been previously published as State's Exhibit 22 for identification, or for
Yeah,
identification.
I do recognize that vehicle. It's the one that I processed here at Manchester Police Department, New Hampshire plate 4569334.
And that's a Audi that you processed?
Yes.
Were you working with other officers or detectives during the processing of that vehicle, Detective Lemmy?
I was.
And how many days roughly did it take for you to process that vehicle?
The physical processing of the vehicle took about 3 days, and then there were additional days after that processing the evidence that we took out of it.
Was it consistent, excuse me, was it consistent with individuals that were assisting you during your processing of that vehicle, or did the members change?
The members changed a little bit.
Do you know a Detective Heil?
Yes.
How about a Detective Pittman?
Yep. The two of them and I were responsible the first day of basically inventorying the vehicle, identifying the majority of the evidence items that we pulled out.
And this jury has already heard about the initial processing as you take in evidence. But Detective Pittman, do you know what his initials were? Or are?
JP.
And the items that you collected from that vehicle, were they processed under a specific set of initials?
Yes, JP.
About how many pieces of evidence, potential evidence, were labeled with initials during your time working in Audi?
I would say it's approximately 271.
Separate from that, did you use any testing during your processing of that Audi?
Yeah. After the first round of testing, or the first round of processing the vehicle, a few items were tested with a method known as a hemestick. And a hemestick basically is a reagent on a strip that, when comes in contact with hemoglobin, will turn a dark green.
Did you test all 271 items using a hemestick?
No, we did not.
Why not?
We essentially looked at the items on what appeared to have potential for yielding some type of blood or DNA.
Are you aware of false positives occurring with the use of a hemestick?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
The reagent on the hemestick can get false positives, which will trigger it to appear to react as if it came in contact with hemoglobin, which is found in blood. And some of the items that can do that are potato, tomato, iron. They can give you what you would think to be a positive, but it ends up being a false positive.
Because of false positives, Detective Lemmy, when you see something that's presumptively positive, what do you do with it?
Well, presumptive positive is just an indicator that it could have hemoglobin, so we treat everything as if it has the chance to have that. In this particular case, the items that tested positive were sent up to the New Hampshire State Lab for processing.
And I guess let me ask this, do you take additional swabs to send up to the New Hampshire State Lab?
Depending on the item, I believe in this case, the items were small enough that we were able to send the whole item up to the lab.
On this particular vehicle, where did you use the hemosticks?
In the back seat, there was a car part just randomly sitting on the seat, and it was plastic with car insulation, like sound and deadening insulation on it, and there were a couple of spots on that looked suspicious that I tested.
How would you describe, excuse me, how would you describe the condition of the vehicle when you examined it?
So the vehicle had what appeared to be, and we didn't test it, but it smelled like it, appeared to have a thick layer of mold all throughout the inside of the passenger compartment.
And you previously mentioned working on that vehicle for several days. Did you take any precautions because of that?
We wore Tyvek suits, and also not wanting to breathe in mold, we wore a face mask.
Of the items that were pulled from that vehicle, did you send any off to the state laboratory?
I did.
And do you remember which items you submitted?
The first three items that we did initially were, I believe, JP 55, which was the car part, JP 120, and JP 122, which were carpeted floor mats.
Do you recall submitting item JP 119, 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225 to the lab as well?
So those were sent several days or a week later when we processed outside of the vehicle area, and I actually used a different testing method for that one.
What was that testing method?
So I transitioned from the hemistick to Kastle-Meyer, which is a similar type of test. It's processing using reagents to also identify hemoglobin. But the Kastle-Meyer historically has been known to provide less false positives. So I transitioned to that and processed approximately 37 items that had come out of the car. And out of that, I believe 6 gave me a presumptive positive, and 1 was a false positive.
When you say that 1 was a false positive, how did you determine that?
So, and not to get too technical, but the way the test works is you drop 3 drops on a swab. So the swab is used to collect the evidence off of the item. Sometimes it's a dry swab, sometimes it's a drop that's been dipped in sterile water. You rub it on the evidence item, then you drop a couple of drops of what's called phenolphthalein onto the swab. If the swab immediately reacts with just those initial drops, that's considered a false positive, because until you add a couple of drops of hydrogen peroxide, 3%, onto the item, it shouldn't react at all. So in one of the cases, it reacted as soon as I dropped the first couple of phenolphthalein drops onto it.
Excuse me. You mentioned this green color when you're using hemisticks.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a color associated with the Kastle-Meyer test?
Yes, the Kastle-Meyer will turn a bright pink.
And is there a different level of pink that you're looking for, or is it something else?
It's not so much the level with the Kastle-Meyer test as it is the time frame of how long it takes to react. So if it reacts immediately, it's a stronger indicator that it's a true positive.
Can you still have false positives with, well,
You can.
I think you mentioned that you did in this case.
Yeah, you can still have false positives with the Kastle-Meyer, so it's just a presumptive test that gives you an indication, let's look further at this.
So, Detective, I want to switch gears. I want to discuss processing of a portion of a ceiling. Are you familiar with what I'm referring to?
I am.
Okay. And can you just generally tell the jurors what your involvement was with that?
Certainly. So I was aware in my conversations with the team that a large section of ceiling had been gathered. I was also aware that that piece of evidence had been sent up to the state lab for processing. They processed it for different items and did not come back with enough evidence to support there being DNA on the item. I was told by members of the team that they sent a couple of these pieces of the ceiling down to the private lab we mentioned earlier, DNA Labs in Florida, to have tested, and they came back as testing positive for blood.
At this point, Judge. Say.
Sustained.
I'll redirect, Judge. So I don't want you to get into the specific testing of any of the items, but just what you did. You've explained that.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes?
I'm showing the defense what's been marked for identification. States Exhibit 40 through 51. Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification. Identification is States Exhibit 40, Exhibits 40 through 51. And I'm just going to ask that you review each in turn and then look up when you're ready.
Okay.
And Detective, you looked up. So are you familiar with those images as well as what's depicted therein?
I am.
And how are you familiar with them?
I took the photos.
Okay. Are they fair and accurate?
They are.
And again, you took these photos?
Yes.
Are they consistent with what you saw the day you took them?
Yes, they are.
All right, at this point I move to strike what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 40 through 51.
Without objection. Without.
Without objection. The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
Thank you. And I'm going to take them back. I'm gonna put them
Exhibit
up on the
E,
screen. We'll go.
EXHIBITY.
So you mentioned being tasked with processing this item. Are you familiar with the item number associated with it?
MER 3D,
And when did your processing occur?
July 15th, 2022.
Specifically, what was the item that you were tasked with processing?
The MER 3D was a large section of ceiling tile, which was sheetrock with some metal strips on the top of it.
And so those images that I asked you to look at, I've put one up on the screen behind you. Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
Yeah, this is the whole piece of evidence as I examined it that day. And you're essentially looking at a center opening that I believe is where a vent was, but I wasn't present when they removed this item. And the metal pieces you see are the strips on the top part of the ceiling. You wouldn't see this from underneath it, but that's what the sheetrock would have been mounted up to.
And when you say you weren't present for the removal, is that from the location that it was taken from?
Correct.
The shelter, the fit shelter?
Correct.
And so what does this image depict?
This image is evidence. I requested that the item be, that I examine the item because we didn't, well, I won't speak to the lab results, but I requested that I review the item to see if I could find any potential traces of evidence that we should be looking for. So the evidence technicians brought this out for a viewing. I viewed the item. I noticed things on the item that made me suspicious that there were additional areas that we should be testing.
Detective Lemmy, let me ask you this. When you received the item from the laboratory, was it packaged up?
Yes,
And
so it was, this is how I found it at evidence. The evidence technicians brought it out, they opened it, and this is how I found it.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
Freak town, dude.
fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
So, Detective Lemmy, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 108. Are you familiar with this item?
I am.
And what is it?
It's a hand sketch that I made of the ceiling.
And when we discussed your processing of that portion of the ceiling, how did you process it?
So the entire physical piece, as you see it here, was brought into our training room at the police station. It was placed on 2 work tables with that side face up. It was removed from the evidence bag that it was in and placed on butcher block paper on the tables. Then we went through the process of basically dismantling the metal pieces from the sheetrock.
And let me stop you there.
Mhm.
Going through that process of dismantling the metal framing from the sheetrock, was it important to keep track of what was coming from where on this object as a whole?
Yes, so because the whole piece was entered into evidence as one evidence number, once I was going to start dismantling it, I attached my own initials and numbers to each piece that was then separated.
So when you attached your own initials, did you still preserve the earlier initials? So MER 3D and then your initials following that?
Correct.
And so this item that I've just shown you, why did you create this?
Well, other than having photos of it, this helps to show where the positioning of each of the items was. It's not to scale, but it shows where the items were so that we could have a better understanding.
Did you create this as a demonstrative to show where each piece came from?
Yes.
Each of the pieces, I think you mentioned this, but you gave a specific evidence number of its own with your own initials attached.
Correct.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the sketch that you created?
Yes.
At this point, I move to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 108. Mark is full and published to the jury.
No objection.
The ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
And so I've added the image to the screen behind you. That's State's Exhibit 108. And I want to discuss the items that you packaged or that you removed. You mentioned the railing. Did you remove any other items?
We separated several of the pieces of the sheetrock from the main unit. There was one large piece that I ended up keeping intact, but then we separated off parts that didn't appear to be important as far as any potential evidence items on it.
And you mentioned taking the photos. Did you give those photos specific evidence numbers?
Yes.
Did you provide a description along with each of those evidence numbers?
I did.
And so can you explain to the jury what they're looking at here?
So and I'll point up here if you can't see, let me know, but I just put a tape measure on it just to see what the distance was between the metal grids. On here, there's also a couple of handwritten letters written right onto the sheetrock. That was not done by me. I presume that was done by the state lab. And there's what appears to be a dark stain in the center of this piece of sheetrock.
And so the letters that you're referring to, if you can just read them for the jurors.
far left is the letter A next to that cutout. B, cutout. C and D are in the stain area.
And when you received this item back from the state crime lab, or the state forensic laboratory rather, that had already been done. That's not something that you did during your processing.
That's correct.
So this item is MER 3D RL4. Can you describe what the jurors are seeing in this picture?
RL4 is the metal grid that runs across here. It was sitting on top of that dark stain, and it's lifted up on edge, so flipped up on its side. And there's also dark staining on the metal itself.
And when you say that dark staining, did that become an area of potential evidentiary value during your processing?
Yes, it did.
And I just want to show the jurors where that item, MER 3D RL4, came from. Do you see it depicted on the sketch you drew?
So RL4 is this section that runs completely across the larger piece. And in this smaller box, it's right here.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is still part of MER 3D RL4. It's the other end of the piece, and it's also showing dark staining running underneath that grid.
I want to move on to RL14. What's depicted in this image?
RL14 ended up being a piece of the sheetrock that we separated from the main piece. It's separated approximately at where this line is, and this is the dark stain on the sheetrock itself that had been under RL4.
And I want to look at where that came from in relation to the portion of the ceiling that you processed. Can you just point that out on your sketch?
Yeah. So RL14 is this section right about to here, over to about this line that extends from here.
And what does this image depict?
RL16, so this line right here would have been where RL4, that long strip that runs across, and then RL16 is another section of sheetrock that we separated from the main piece of interest, and approximately at where that thin line is going across, that's where we separated that piece from.
During your processing of MER 3D, did you become aware of low points or warps essentially in the drywall and framing area?
I can't tell by looking at it the way it's laying on our workstations if the item would have been angled when it was sitting on the ceiling itself. But what I can tell from looking at this, where there was a dark stain in that center, and then you see a much darker stain running along that railing, it would appear that the fluid that would have made that stain would have run along that, which is not uncommon for fluid to track an object that's attached to it.
Did the fluid, the staining, appear to be absorbed into the drywall?
It appeared to be absorbed into the drywall more in that center area where it was a lighter color, and then it didn't. It was much heavier consistency along where the rail had been.
And what is depicted in this item, this image?
So this is still part of where RL4 was, sitting on top of it, and this is just a shot from the side of the piece to show that there's depth to the staining itself.
At the time of your processing, Detective Lemmy, were you aware of other testing that had been conducted on this item at the lab?
I was.
Laboratory. And can you tell the jurors what that is?
So those two square cutouts that you saw on the sheetrock itself where the paper was missing, Those two had been cut out and sent down to the lab as part of the state's processing of the item. And the results came back.
Objection, hearsay?
Sustained?
Not asking you for the results,
Gotcha.
but you were aware of other testing that had been conducted.
Correct.
Were you aware of fingerprint testing, latent print testing conducted on that item?
I hadn't reviewed results of that, but I was aware that some had been attempted.
What does this image depict?
It's just another more direct on from the side of where RL4 had been sitting, the kind of the thick layer of staining.
And again, this item.
Again, this is RL4 going across, and then this section that goes up, that's where RL3 railing had been.
In this image.
And this just continues on. This is where RL3 was. RL2 was down in this area. That's where the initial stain had been, and then RL1 would have been up in this area.
Are you aware of whether there was a vent involved in the processing of this item?
I was aware just from the team, but I had not viewed it.
Are you aware of where the opening to that vent would have been?
Yes, the opening of the vent would have been in this area. There was metal grids coming out this way in the initial photos.
You mentioned the Kastle-Meyer testing. Did you swab? Did you test? Did you use the Kastle-Meyer test
I did.
during your processing? And what's depicted in the image?
So again, this is the part of RL4 that we were looking at predominantly. It's showing my sample swab, and it's showing a bright pink result. So essentially, a swab was used, it was dipped in a sterile water, it was rubbed on the staining itself in that area, and then the Kastle-Meyer test was applied to it. And once the the couple of drops of the hydrogen peroxide were applied to it, it was an immediate pink.
And can you remind the jurors what that immediate pink, what it told you?
The faster it reacts, the more likelihood it is that it's a positive versus a false positive.
Detective Lemmy, based on your processing of MER 3D overall, the portion of the ceiling that you processed, did you submit any of those items to DNA Labs International?
I did.
And what of those items did you submit?
That whole piece of sheetrock that remained after those other few that we looked at were removed was sent down as one item. The rails that came off, RL1, RL2, RL3, and RL4, those were packaged separately and sent down as well.
And let's talk about those rails, Detective Lemmy. When you removed the rails from the drywall, did you have any observations?
So other than the darker staining like this that was present under a couple of them, once RL4, which was the long piece, and over the part that was more heavily stained, as soon as that piece came up off the sheetrock, there was a noticeable foul smell.
And what was that smell associated with?
I would speculate that it's from that stain itself.
Detective Lemmy, I want to switch gears and I want to talk about the ceiling itself. We have portions of it here, and I'm going to ask that you remove, and you have your evidence custodian with you, technician with you. I'm going to ask that you remove them from their packaging to show to the jury. And so, Your Honor, I would just ask that this witness be permitted to move freely with the evidence technician.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
So, Detective Lemmy, I'm just going to ask that you remove certain items, and then I'd like you to identify where that specific item would be in relation to the scale that you drew.
Do you want us to maintain individual drugs for each piece, each item, or you know anything like that?
Yes, please. And Detective Lammy, if you can start with Exhibit 74, identified as MER 3D RL13. Detective Lammy, while he's assisting you, specifically with respect to RL13, is that one of the items that was sent down to DNA Labs International in Florida?
Yes, it was.
Counsel, while they're doing that, could you approach her just a minute?
Well, at least we're muted while they're opening these bags. The opening of the bags is a little triggering. They're going to be opening up a lot of decomp evidence right now, and they're going to be showing the jury. I can't believe they're going to have to go to lunch after this. How could you do it? Andrew, I totally get it. Robin, I agree. But hopefully this is what nails Mr. Montgomery. Thank you for subscribing, Mona.
ask that you pick it up. I'm sorry to ask, but pick it up and just show it to the jurors if you can walk in.
Actually, when you pick it up, I don't think it needs to be.
And Detective Lemmy, you can set that down. Your Honor, I would move to mark what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 74 as full, so strike the ID and publish. I missed doing that prior. There's no objection.
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
So Detective Lemmy, if you can just identify where RL13 is in relation to the sketch that you've drawn.
Sure.
And for the jurors, if it's difficult to see because it's low to the ground and you want to stand, you should feel free to do that, okay?
As it was presented to you from that face view, what you saw was the cutoff from here over this way down to about this section. And that's what that bottom dark stain was from here over to the edge.
I would just ask if Your Honor would allow if Detective Lemmy can just point that out to the jurors there.
He can point it out, yes.
If he can approach closer to the jurors. So they can see.
On the board?
With the board.
Oh, sure, yeah. Just the condition of that, I didn't think it made sense to get too close.
So what you were seeing down behind the paper was the dark stain emanating this way. RL3 had been here, you saw a small jut out of dark stain, and the darker is in this section. And RL4 was this piece that ran straight across it.
And if we can just move Exhibit 74, I want to move on to Exhibit 75, which is RL15.
If you're just joining, they are opening up all of the ceiling evidence
If it's the wrong number,
from the
that's fine.
Fit
We can
Center where they
move
were
on.
living.
Can we go to what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 76? That's RL 15.
So just to be clear, that item was the original packaging that MER 3D was in.
So the butcher paper that we saw in the exhibit, that's what it was set on?
The first photo that showed it sitting on the table, partially open. All of that paper is what came in there.
Was that also submitted to the lab in Florida?
No.
That's 875.
It is. And Detective Lammy, while you're opening that, can you just describe for the jurors what this item is, RL 15?
So this one is RL 15. The way I showed it to you earlier. RL 4 ran all the way across this way. RL 15 is this piece of sheet rock. Just like that out. So this piece was not submitted to anyone for processing.
And if you could just hold it up for the jurors to see. Your Honor, I would move to strike ID and mark as full, State's Exhibit 76.
Without objection.
Right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
Detective Lammy, I'd like to move on to what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 77. That's RL 16.
While they're working on that, counsel, do you want to approach?
Welcome back, guys. Just a reminder, tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are having a watch party in Discord for Valen Crimes. I have a Valentine's Day crime documentary that we're going to watch. So if you're not a member of Discord, you can become a member of the channel or a Patreon of J4J. Get on over there in the Discord and join us. We do a watch party every Saturday night as well with live chat. It's fun. We do a lot of stuff over there. So we are still muted in court, which is probably a good thing. They're still opening bags. They have a lot of evidence. There's a big cardboard box full of evidence against the wall back there.
And Detective Lammy, if you can just describe what this item is and where it came from, according to your sketch.
So RL 16, I'll keep it consistent as far as how I was holding it for you. That item is running from here up to the end, approximately down this way over. And RL1 railing have not been touching that particular piece, because RL 16 is this area right here.
And on your sketch, where is the vent area located?
Vents down here.
So this would have been a void, essentially.
Yes.
Let's move to the next item. I'd ask that exhibit be marked full, ID stricken, and published to the jury.
The ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit, it can be published to the jury.
Detective Lemmy, I want to move to State's Exhibit 78, what's been identified as RL 11. Your Honor, the same with that item. I'd ask that State's Exhibit, what's been identified, marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that the ID be stricken, it be marked as full and published.
Without objection.
Sorry, you said 79?
I'm sorry, 78.
Okay, 78.
RL 11.
The ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury when it's taken out.
And while that's being opened up, Detective Lemmy, can you just tell the jurors what this item is and where its relative location was on that portion of the ceiling according to your scale?
So again, same place, the building, opening where the door is on, RL 11.
Was this item submitted to the laboratory report?
No, it wasn't.
Thank you, Detective. And if we can move to what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that's MER 3D, so State's Exhibit 79.
Lisa, you would think at least they'd have an order that they're going to open them in and like streamline this, you know, breeze through it.
And 80 is RL 3, 3A.
So 79 remains for identification, is that accurate?
That's correct.
So I have 75, 75, and 79 remaining for ID, correct?
Correct.
That's your understanding, Attorney Brown?
Yes, Judge.
And while that's being opened, Detective Lemmy, if you can just describe where that item was collected from in relation to the sketch of the portion of that ceiling.
RL 3 is the middle of the row. RL 4.
Again, Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, and publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken on Exhibit 80. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury.
Exhibity. EXHIBITY.
This is the metal rail. This is how the orientation would have been according to holding it up to that chart. Running down, RL4 was running across this way.
And Detective Lamy, if you can just show them the underside of that rail.
This is the side closest to RL4 that was running across.
And was this item submitted to the lab in Florida?
Yes, it was.
Detective Lamy, when you're ready, I'd like to move on to State's Exhibit 81, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81 for identification. That's RL3, RL4, RL12. Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 81 and publish it to the jury.
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury once it is opened.
Detective Lamy, while that's being opened, can you please describe for the jurors where this piece of evidence came from in relation to that portion of the ceiling using the sketch that you drawn?
This was actually...
I'm sorry, he needs a microphone, please.
So RL4 and RL12 were attached. We did not separate them when we processed this because we didn't want to cause any damage to what would have been underneath it. RL12 is this part that runs across the opening. RL4 runs all the way across.
You mentioned a smell when you removed rails. Is this the rail that you were referring to?
Correct.
Sorry, I wasn't near a mic. You mentioned a smell when you removed those rails. Was that the rail you were referring to?
Yes, it was. This would be the orientation as we found it. This would have been the grid opening in RL4, and then the other pieces that were attached to it.
When you say the grid opening, that's the void you were referring to?
Yes.
Detective Lamy, was this item also sent to the laboratory in Florida?
Yes, it was.
Detective Lamy, thank you. I have no additional questions. The defense may answer.
Finish, I'll get him back on the stand. That's okay. Do it, thank you. And Sir, when you're ready, if you would just retake the stand for cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Jamie Brooks. I don't believe we've met, but I represent Adam Montgomery. I also have a few questions for you. I want to go back, though, to what was addressed during the beginning of your direct examination. That's the blue Audi.
Hmm.
You were involved in the processing of that?
Yes, I was.
And you mentioned earlier that there was evidence that was collected from the Audi.
Correct.
And that evidence was also submitted to the lab.
Some of it.
Let's talk about that, some of it. And again, how does a piece of evidence get labeled?
We typically have one of the detectives use their own initials, and then we'll start if it's the beginning of the project and they haven't labeled anything yet, usually starts around 1 and then works its way up from there.
And when it came to the collection of evidence from the Audi, there were a fair number of JPs, correct?
Yes.
JP standing for?
James Pittman.
And a number of those pieces of evidence collected by Pittman, you decided to have submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury what particular items you had submitted to the lab?
If I could review my report.
You most certainly may. Actually, if I were to... Are you familiar with something called a crime scene note?
Yes.
And what is a crime scene note?
Well, a crime scene note is typically an overall write-up of the processing of a scene.
I am going to... May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
She said, we came home, we planted flowers on the side of the house.
I'm handing you what has been marked 2457 base stamp. Do you recognize that document?
This was not created by myself.
Not created by yourself, but it was a crime scene note from the collection of the Audi?
Yes.
And does that include a list, an exhaustive list of the items collected from the car?
It should.
Would reviewing that help you recall which items you had submitted to the lab?
Probably not, because this wouldn't pertain any of the processing that was done after the collection. There would be a lab submittal that I probably created, and that would list the items that I sent up.
And that lab submittal would assist you?
Yes.
Judge, I think this would be a good time for a break.
Approach.
Unbelievable. After all that, they just get to talking, and now there's a break. Yeah, everybody pitch in and get me a nap. I know, I am tired. Check this out. Did you guys see that Pullman police post that I shared yesterday? Pullman police in Washington state were looking for this guy to be identified. And the caption said, "Can you identify me? This man ditched a burner phone and they wanted to know who he was. Yeah, it was a very uncomfortable spot to ask for a break, wasn't it? Isn't that weird? They literally shared this yesterday. He ditched a burner phone on a farm. Remember when we followed BK's route and he went out to Johnson, Idaho? And then we figured out that Brent Kopaka's family had a farm
What has been marked? It has not been marked.
in
but for
Johnson,
big sales
Idaho.
Purposes, it's 3026. Do you recognize this document?
I guess the judge said no on a break.
Yes, sir.
Would looking at it for a minute or two help refresh your recollection?
Only in terms of the actual evidence item numbers. What the physical piece is, I can't tell from here without looking at photos or additional documentation.
So, well, let's stick with the numbers then.
Okay.
Having reviewed that report, what items did you have submitted to the lab for potential testing?
119, and these are all JP. 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225.
So I understand that you may not be able to recognize, for example, specifically what 119 was or 195, but those samples, the JPs collected from the Audi, did some of those include specimens from the floor mat?
The carpeted floor mat that I tested initially with the hemosticks?
Yes.
Those were different numbers. Those were JP 120 and 122.
And those were submitted to the lab as well, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Do you recall a cash register receipt?
I do.
Could that have been one of the items submitted to the lab for analysis?
I believe so.
A shoebox?
Yes.
Blue bath towel?
I would have to jog my memory about the bath towel.
Detective, do you still have up there the casing note?
Yes. And, sir, what was the evidence item number for the bath towel?
153.
Would you like me to read the listing as far as how Detective Heil listed it?
Just wanted to confirm that a blue bath towel was sent to the submitted for analysis.
So he identified it as towel with unidentified stains He did not list the color.
Cash register receipt. Do you recall having that submitted?
I do.
A pink sweater, women's?
Yes, sir.
A folder with papers?
Number on that one, sir?
Take a look at 224 and see if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, sir.
And what is your recollection now?
That was paperwork that was submitted.
A gray bath towel? Does that ring a bell?
Number?
225. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes. Towel with unknown stains. He did not reference the color. My photos would show it, though.
I apologize. I didn't hear that last response.
The photos that I took during the processing would also help if you wanted me to clarify the color.
Fair to say, though, that 2 bath towels were submitted for analysis.
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you recall a length of twine?
Yes, sir.
And again, that was collected and submitted to the lab?
Correct.
I now want to turn to your use of bloodstain reagents, latent bloodstain reagents. In the processing of the Audi, you used hemosticks?
Yes, sir.
Kasselmeyer?
Yes, sir.
You were also involved in the processing of a Chrysler Sebring?
I was involved in that as an assistant to the detective that was processing it.
Detective O'Leary?
Yes, sir.
And when you were there assisting him in the processing of that Sebring, does January 7th of 2022 sound correct?
I would be guessing.
Okay. But he was using Blue Star?
Yes, sir. I remember that.
And that, again, is another latent bloodstain reagent.
It is.
And whenever, regardless of which type of agent was being used, whenever there was a presumptive positive, it was collected.
I can't speak to the Sebring because I didn't process that vehicle. I can only speak to the Audi.
Okay. So when it came to the Sebring, were you there for the Blue Star part of the processing of that vehicle on the 7th, or no?
I was there when he blue starred the trunk area.
But it's your understanding that the practice, the practice of the Manchester Police Department is that when there is a presumptive positive, it is something that's preserved.
If we did a swab of an area, we would typically preserve it.
And that's what you did in the processing of the Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
I believe, as you said on direct, that you preserved the ability to be able to look further at an item if there was a presumptive positive.
Yes, sir.
And again, you want to over-collect as opposed to under-collect.
I do.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome, sir.
Anything further?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Detective Lemmy, I just want to follow up with the items that you were asked about on cross-examination by Attorney Brooks. All of those items that you just identified, I think we talked about them on direct as well. Were they from the blue Audi that you processed?
The particular numbers that we reviewed, I believe, were from the Audi.
Was that the same Audi that was covered in mold?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Lemmy, let me ask you this. Do you know where that car was in 2020?
I do not.
How about 2021?
I do not.
How about 2022?
I know it was in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
At some point?
Yeah.
Do you know who that vehicle belonged to?
I know that there was consent forms provided, I believe by 2 different people. One of them was Donna Demers. I'd have to review my notes to see the other one.
And does Anthony Badero stand out to you, that name?
It doesn't.
Okay. Same questions with the Chrysler Sebring. Do you know where that vehicle was in 2020?
I do not.
2021?
No.
2022?
It had been in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
Thank you, Detective Lemmy. No further questions here.
No recross.
You may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's just about 12:15, so a good time for our lunch break. I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody, don't watch any social media, don't do any independent research. We'll come back in an hour, so please be back at 1:15. All right, 1:15, everybody. Thank you so much.
All rise for the jury.
Stand up!
Do we need to rewrap, or what do you need to do processing wise?
Rewrap.
I would ask that Mr. Dido be able to repackage the items that were.
Okay, one.
They did all that, now they're repackaging it?
All right, they can do it now. I just asked them to do it expeditiously so the court staff can have a break as well. Okay? Very good. Thank you.
Dave, grayed out. He's done. Sorry, do you want to grayed out? Jamie, any objection to?
All right, court will be back in 1 hour at 1:15 Eastern Standard Time. What shall we do for lunch? Shall we play a game? What do you guys want to do for lunch? See what's going on the tubes? See if there's any other news. What do you guys want to talk about? I'm really tired today. Sleepy. I guess they're doing a parade for the Super Bowl that looks like it's got a lot of viewers. No thanks. Sorry, I'm going to start yawning again and y'all are going to get mad. Again, tonight, 7 p.m., we're going to be watching a Valentine's documentary. There is nothing going on that I can see. Take a nap. Tell you about the BK photo. Oh, okay. Let's do that real quick. And then we'll take a little break because I need to get up too. Because I think if I get up, I'll get like rejuvenated. It's just sitting in the same chair like I'm tethered to it, you know? Okay, so let's do this. Oh, hello there. Hello there, lovies. Now, this is the post, and it was on Facebook as well. No one commented on it on X, but on Facebook, there were a couple of people who said, it looks like Brian Koberger, and it wasn't me. I do, Buttercup. I know, caffeine. It's like it makes you like wired, but then your eyes feel tired. Yeah, I'm done with Super Bowl. So anyways, happy Valentine's Day. If you haven't been here and I haven't been able to wish you a happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Adrian, you didn't really miss anything. There's no points. I mean, they're showing we know Harmony was murdered. I guess, I mean, they're proving that Harmony was murdered, but I don't know. So anyways, the Pullman police yesterday posted this, and it said officers need your help to identify this subject who trespassed onto private property where he ditched a prepaid cell phone. And then if you look really close, I'm going to blow up the picture. He's like on a farm. Like Brian Koberger had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And then they followed up and they said, thank you, he's been identified. So I commented and I said, identified as whom? I mean, don't we have a right to know? The dude's trespassing onto private property, ditching phones. Did someone like find a phone and have this footage? Like, were they gone? And then find it later? I don't get it. Case number 24-P00901. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to request under public record and see if I can't find out what this is about. I'll try to get the public report because I'm thinking that someone found the phone, called the police, and then there was this footage on their farm of this person. But this is Washington, right? This is Washington. So another update that I have is I requested the Brent Kopaka. Oh, so what's really weird is that when we traced where Brian Koberger pinged, he pinged in Johnson, Idaho, and doing some digging, I found that Brent Kopaka's family has a farm in Johnson, Idaho. So this has me really shooketh. You know what? Let's see if there's any new docs today. Dude, that whole Idaho case gives me anxiety. I go from, is it fake? I go from all over the freaking place with it, and I hate it. What did I just say we were going to look at? Fuck, I can't remember now. I'm waiting for y'all to remind me because I've completely forgot. It's just so bizarre. And then he's wearing a Chicago hat in that thing. Oh, documents. That's right. Latah County cases of interest. Because that's just odd. Something's got me feeling weird about that picture. I don't like it. And I don't like that we originally saw that Brent Kopaka's family had that farm. It's really creepy to me. Literally, that whole case gives me like anxiety. Nope. The last thing is the hearing we have. I don't know when I talked about Johnson, Idaho. In what video? I'll have to find it. But here's the... See, look. People on Reddit are even talking about it. Did the Moscow Police Department make a typo by writing Johnson, Idaho, rather than actually meaning to write Johnson, Washington? The idea that Koberger's phone would ping off Johnson, Washington's cell towers would make sense, as Johnson, Washington is located along the indirect roundabout southern in the direction of Lewiston, Idaho. Koberger preferred the less incriminating indirect route so his white Elantra wouldn't be spotted by CCTV. If Johnson, Idaho is not a typo, and Koberger's phone actually did ping on cell towers out there on the edge of wilderness, then it would be very interesting information. Johnson, Idaho. If Johnson, Idaho is indeed correct, then the police know that they can find a bloody black shirt. This is a weird post. What? What the fuck? Who wrote this? Whoa, hold on. Oh my God, my palms are sweaty. This can't be BK. If Johnson, Idaho is indeed correct, then the police know they can find a bloody black shirt, bloody dark pants, a black hood sheet with a cutout for eyes, bloody gloves, and a bloody K-bar knife without its sheath somewhere in the vicinity of the vast Nez Perce Clearwater National Forest. These items would be extremely difficult to find, but at least LE knows generally where to look. What? Everyone's saying it's a typo. And then these people are like, no, it's not a typo. But how would they be so descriptive about those things? How could he have a hood on and she see his eyebrows? This was posted a year ago. Somebody says, please tell us more about the black sheet with eye holes in it. According to the affidavit, this is 1 year ago. According to the affidavit, DM, while standing in the doorway of her second floor bedroom, saw the quadruple murderer walk towards her coming from the living room. With his nose and mouth entirely covered by some fabric with an opening for the eyes, she saw bushy eyebrows. The masked man then turned right into the kitchen and exited the sliding glass door. Upon exiting the sliding glass door, the perpetrator would have then climbed 10 yards. How do they know it's fucking 10 yards? Up the wooded hill behind the house to the parking spaces conveniently located behind and topographically just above the house. Topographically? What? Why are they talking like this? He would have then gotten into his white Hyundai Elantra, sped out back around the front of the house and out of the one-way in, one-way out neighborhood. It is unclear what the fabric was that covered his face and presumably his hair. But the impression is given that it would have appeared somewhat like a ski mask with no holes for the mouth and nose. A perfect look for a horror movie. What? I suggest it could have been a black sheet with a hole for the eyes cut into it. It could just as easily been a black turtleneck pulled up above his mouth and nose or everything else or something else. Okay, so the reason why it says clad in black, we already figured that out. The PCA is not Dylan Mortenson's words. That's the statement of Brent Payne. I know it's just weird wording, Flo. Like someone who is college educated and uses big words. It was LE's words. That at the very top, it's not an actual like PCA. It's a statement of Brent Payne. So that's Brent Payne speaking. And Brent Payne's exact words are in the quotes. Do you get it? So it makes more sense when you think of it like that. Okay, let's go back to this. If the affidavit did not have a typo about Johnson, Idaho, then I assume this unknown fabric or article of clothing is hidden somewhere in the vicinity of the vast area of countryside, just outside or even inside the Nez Perce Clearwater National Forest. We just figured that out not too long ago. We had a lawyer on and we asked him, we're like, what is the deal with this PCA? It would make sense for Koberger to dispose of the incriminating items outside the rolling hills of the Palouse. The Palouse is mainly rolling wheat fields with few deep woods. He needed to dispose of these items as quickly as possible and as far away from the Palouse as possible. It appears he may have done that just about 12 hours or so after the murders when his phone pinged near Johnson, Idaho, which might arguably still be considered the outside eastern edge of the Palouse. What better place could you find to dispose of the K-bar knife and bloody clothing than in the largest expanses of the wilderness area in the entire 48 states? And then this guy says, or like a black face mask like his parents wore to the hearing in PA. Which I always thought it was really creepy that his parents wore black masks, considering that their son is accused of killing people in a black mask. I always thought that was so weird. I mean, of all colors, black? Whew. This guy says, based on the description, I imagine a baklava. And then this guy goes, yeah, a baklava is probably the most likely garment the roommate saw. What? Where would they even get that from? I should add that it was probably a Dickies brand baklava from the Pullman Walmart. How does this person know this stuff? Well, yeah, I would wear anything, American flag, anything, but the one the exact one your son wore when he killed people. I mean, maybe I'm just more maybe I just pay attention to little things like that. But definitely, if my son was accused of murdering 4 people in a black mask, I don't think I'd show up to court for him in a fucking black mask. I mean, I just wouldn't. I'd be like, oh my God, I probably shouldn't wear this. The media is going to be there and stuff. It's kind of creepy. Ugh. Okay, so anyways, let's go back. We're getting into a BK hole. So, one more thing I just want to Google. Kopaka, Johnson, Idaho. See, now you have to get past all of the garbage. Because now his name is associated with a bunch of shit. Oh, you know how I found it? I know how I found it. I know how I found it now. It was from the Kopaka obituary. This is what I did. Brent Kopaka. I remember now. So what I did was I went here. Oh, that's the other update I got from WSU. So back in January of 2022, right? No, 2023. I requested the Brent Kopaka body cam. They just emailed me and said, put me off again. Okay, so what I did was I went to his obit and I actually looked at his family members. Oh, right here. So his mom is Darcy Nixon and his stepdad is David Nixon. So it was somewhere with that He has brothers named Ethan Kopaka and Evan. I wonder if they're twins. I think it was Darcy Dixon I looked up, and then I saw that they had family in Johnson. So let's see. Darcy Dixon. It was something like that. But anyways, it led me from Darcy's family having a farm to yeah, the Johnson thing. That's how I put it together. I can't remember. I can't redo it, but that's how I found it, though. So I found his family members, and then it kind of it shows like relatives. You know what I think it was? I think I had been verified at the time. I think I had been verified at the time, and that was how I was able to see like where his relatives lived in the cities they lived in. And his aunt and uncle definitely have a good sized farm in Johnson, Idaho. I can say that I did figure that out. So that's that with Brent Kopaka. I just don't know who would think of a headpiece like that. Like, it'd make more sense with COVID just ending that it would be a COVID mask. Amy Perry, give me their number. I'll call them right meow.
Roro causing Pawpaw. I mean, that's
Roro.
not,
Who was Roro?
Kristen, I know my mind I get into some holes, that's for sure. I never wore a black COVID mask. So we got BK in court in a couple weeks, the 28th, I believe. We got 29 days in February this year. I got lots of BK rabbit hole videos that we went in for sure. You haven't missed much, Amy, to be honest. This has been very uneventful. They're still not pointing any fingers at any one person. We've just been seeing evidence, some of the ceiling. There were black ones. Actually, I did wear a black one when I went to Colorado because my friend had one. But the only other time I've really seen black was when BK, his family wore them. And I thought it was just very insensitive for them to wear anything on their face that's black when that's what their son is accused of wearing when he unalived people. I mean, you're going to court where your son is being arraigned for a quadruple murder where he wore a black mask, and then y'all show up there with black masks on. It's like, is this real, or is this live, or is this Memorex? I don't get it. You had all the color. Well, I lived in Florida too, so we didn't have to mask up. There was no mask mandate, so I didn't have a huge collection of masks. Happy birthday week, Flobo. Yeah, it was weird. They all wore black too. But to actually wear a mask when the PCA, well, they apparently didn't know the PCA said that, right? So can we blame them? because we didn't see the PCA yet. Tracy Ferreter is in July. Probably Kelly. So they wouldn't have seen the PCA yet. So they wouldn't have known what he wore. They wouldn't have known. So I never really thought of it that way. But I mean, I can't really fault them for showing up in black, because if you think about it, if your son was accused of this and you were going to the court, but you didn't know all the details, you didn't know anything yet, what are you gonna wear? Are you gonna wear red? Are you gonna wear floral? Are you gonna wear khaki like you're going golfing? I mean, what's the proper attire for a family whose son was just accused of a quadruple murder? Right, Meg P. We're on the same. I'm picking up what you're laying down, Meg P. Right. I mean, what are they gonna wear? They wear white? Then it's like, I mean, anything they wear, they're gonna. I think black was probably the best choice. And maybe they were mortified afterwards. Oh my God, he wore a black mask and we showed up to court in black masks. So I have a question, because I'm old. For you younger people, or those who have teenagers or whatnot, or, you know, young adults, do you, is it common for, remember BK's sister had the pigtails, but they had like the hair ties in them, down the hair, you know what I'm saying? Like random, like just the pigtails with the hair ties in them. Is that a common hairstyle right now? Maybe someone can tell me that. Someone maybe in your 30s, 20s, because I'm old. No, they didn't smell anything in the courtroom. It is a thing again. Okay. Because I haven't seen that. So I was just wondering. Okay. But it is popular. Because I noticed that BK's sister did it, and then I noticed that Xana did it. And I was like, God, I've never seen that except for in those two photos. So it's common again. Thank you. See, it's things like that. If you know, it can look weird to you because you haven't seen it, or you're not familiar with it, or don't understand it. So that's why I like to try to figure out everything. They should outlaw dreads in court. Yeah, they probably should. People who have dreads are losers. Psychobabble.
Hate you, I hate you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
They really should outlaw psychobabble. We have some birthday weeks going on. We got Flo and we've got Kristen. What do they call it? Bubble tail? No way. I don't want 80s hair back. What's up, potato? They need to ban those stinky ass dreads in court. Get the fuck on out of here. No way. I love the 80s, but the hair, oh shit. The teasing and the hairspray and everything else. The bubble tail is when you have a ponytail and you have the hair ties going down like 1, 2, 3, 4. Tina Turner, yeah, that ratted. I remember we used to rat our bangs. Oh my gosh. So this was the worst. I don't know if Teresa's still here, but in like junior high, our bangs would come down, like we'd curl. Remember this one part? We'd curl down on our forehead, and then the other part we would curl up, one big curl, and then rat it away. I could never crimp my hair because I have naturally curly hair. That was for you straight-haired people. I always wanted straight hair. I have like literal curly hair, and in the humidity it gets really, really fuzzy, and I mean fuzzy. So I've always wanted dreadlocks. So when I moved to Florida, I said, you know what, I'm gonna do it. They need to outlaw coughing in the courtroom. They need to hand out COVID masks. Sausage bangs. Remember the chicks though that would put the curling iron in, and then like you spray it on the curling iron and then take it out, and then they wouldn't even do nothing with it. It was just like a hairsprayed curl. Tracy, yeah. Oh, the blow dryer and the hairspray. Yes. Oh my God. The freaking Aquanet, and then put the blow dryer on it, stick straight up. Thank you, Kristen. Oh, and the sides, the wings. Teresa, you and Kathy had the best bangs. Y'all had the best bangs. Yeah, Kelly, it was easy. We could just scrunch, and the bigger, the better. We went from crimpers to flat irons. Lori says feathered hair. The one curl. Hey, Case Chaser. I love Case Chaser's little tinfoil hat. You would have to clean your curling iron with, what was it? Rubbing alcohol? You'd have to clean your curling iron with rubbing alcohol because it was literally brown and sticky. Robin, that's a lot of hair. Scrunch and go. That was the best. But in Florida, I can't scrunch and go with curly hair. How do you rat your hair? Okay, so what I used to do is I had a pick. Yeah, I said it. I had a pick, and I would take my pick, and then after it was curly, I would pick the shit out of that curly hair. Y'all, I got to show you my graduation photo. I think I have it laying around here somewhere. My hair was huge. You had Farrah Fawcett hair? I love Farrah Fawcett hair. Isn't it funny how the older you get, you start to see the trends come back. Like now I'm at an age where I'm seeing trends repeating. You know, like I see the girls in Idaho wearing Doc Martens and high-waisted jeans, and that was totally our 90s. Nana, I didn't know you had dreadlocks. My granddaughter doesn't know me without them. We snuggle and I tickle her face. She grabs my dreads and tickles her face. My son had a bowl cut. I had a bowl cut in kindergarten. Yes, I did. Dorothy Hamill. I always wanted to be able to have Farrah Fawcett hair. Remember the Gerbeau jeans with the little label on the zipper? And you had to tuck your shirt in so everybody could see that label? Yes. Yeah, and it's like come back around. Isn't that weird, Jammers? 2 times in our lives, that's been our style. Anyone remember the first home tanning boxes? I remember going to the tanning booth. Teresa, you probably remember this. Teresa, you remember the tanning booth or the tanning salon by the movie theater. We used to go there. There was no age limit. We were like 13 years old. We're going to the tanning booth. They had clock radios in each room. And you could find the station. And you were lucky if it came in. And when you got the station to come in, and you turned that bed on and it went and turned on, then the radio went out. You're like, fuck. But we would lay in that bed for 30 minutes. It was like the very first ones. It was the very first ones. By the theater, yes. Remember that place? God, it seems like ages ago. I remember going with Greta all the time. We go tanning constantly. The double cassette boombox. I love it. You had a tanning bed in your family room. A shag haircut. Oh, Lord. That's the 90s, eh? Diabolic. Early 2000s. Mop top. All right, guys. It's been fun. We've got about a half an hour left. I'm going to go take a little break. See, I'll put on the recess screen along with live court, so we won't miss a thing. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate you guys. See you in about a half an hour. Am I muted? No. Okay, we're back in court, guys. Happy Valentine's Day. We are live in the courtroom. I'll see you guys in just a little bit.
Stand up!
Just watch your step. If you could remain standing and just raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Okay. You can have a seat, Ms. Redwich, and make yourself comfortable. And when you're ready, if you could just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
My name is Rachel Radwich. First is Rachel, last Radwich.
Ms. Radwich, how are you presently employed? What do you do for a living?
I work for the Manchester Police Department in the Evidence Division.
And how long have you worked with the Manchester Police Department?
It'll be 9 years this September.
In those 9 years, have you held more than one position with the Manchester Police Department?
I have. So I started off as a emergency communications dispatcher, and then after about 2 or 3 years, I began working in evidence as an evidence specialist. And then as of last July, I was promoted to the evidence supervisor.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities as an evidence supervisor?
So I primarily oversee the 3 evidence specialists that also work in my unit. I oversee the intake and collection of all evidence that comes into the evidence division, as well as maintain control of all of our storage rooms. Ensure that all policies and procedures are being followed, and just keeping up with day-to-day tasks, completing requests, that sort of thing.
You mentioned the intake of all evidence. And can you just walk the jurors through that process, how things are taken in by the Manchester Police Department?
So generally speaking, either a patrol officer or a detective from the investigative division is the one collecting items from the scene or whatever they're working. All of our lockers or storage units for temporary storage have a one-way locking mechanism. So essentially the officer puts the item in. Once they lock it and secure it, only someone from evidence can access that item. From there, we maintain that the packaging used was the proper packaging to maintain integrity of that item. And then we decide on proper storage for long-term purposes. For that, update the computer, make sure everything kind of checks out, and then put it away until it's needed for further analysis.
Ms. Radwich, you just mentioned that the detectives will collect things. Are you in a position where you go out and collect items?
So on large-scale scenes, my unit will be asked to assist, to include myself.
And you've mentioned evidence rooms, lockers, and storage units. Can you just describe those for the jurors so they're familiar? Are those all at the Manchester Police Department here in town?
Yes, so primarily most of our rooms are at the Manchester Police Department. We have about 12 rooms on the second floor, all under the control of the evidence unit. It's limited access in, and then only the 4 of us in evidence can actually get into those rooms. We also have some outside storage areas for things that can't be brought in, so like explosives, bicycles. And then we have a room that's for ventilation. We call it our vented storage, so anything that isn't a drug item, which requires double security within the building, but still needs some sort of airflow due to the smell, that'll get stored in our vented storage. That way you're not bringing in something that stinks into the building to then permeate my office.
So, Ms. Radwich, I want to back up for just a second. To be an evidence supervisor, does that require any specific training or education?
So it requires experience in the evidence unit. I hold my Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science, as well as a Master's of Science degree in Criminal Justice. I've had training and certification through the International Association of Property and Evidence. And then there's also just on-the-job training that you get exposed to just through years of working in that division.
And do you do continuing, or have you done continuing training during your 9 years with the Manchester Police Department?
So I mostly stay up to date with case law, so local, state, and federal laws, make sure we're adhering to that. Stay up to date with our CALIA standards, which is accreditation for the police department, make policy changes as necessary to reflect that. And then I keep up with, technological advances. We work closely with the New Hampshire State Forensic Lab as far as different analysis that they're doing, keeping up with that Association for Property and Evidence, as well as we work closely with the FBI and the ATF, and kind of always maintaining a constant communication of where we need to be at to secure and maintain evidence.
Now, Ms. Radwich, I'd like to switch gears, and I want to talk about the case of a missing child, Harmony Montgomery. What was your role, just generally, your role and involvement on the case of the missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
So for this case, I was still an evidence specialist, so I hadn't been yet promoted. And I had a few different roles within this, but primarily it was to assist the detective division for those large-scale scenes, just to help maintain and document any evidence that's being brought in, ensure the integrity and packaging of those items.
Do you recall when your involvement on this matter began?
I want to say it was January 2022, and at that point, it would have just been primarily the intaking and storing of items coming in. At that point, it wasn't a full-scale investigation to what it ended up being. So just, different interview discs, paperwork, that sort of thing we were collecting through those one-way lockers and putting them into storage.
And you mentioned earlier that you're in charge of intake of all evidence that's brought into the Manchester Police Department. Are you aware of whether or not evidence has been brought to the Manchester Police Department regarding this case?
Yes, there has been a lot of evidence.
When you say a lot, what does that mean?
About 900 pieces, give or take.
Ms. Radwich, during your involvement in this case, did you ship items from the Manchester Police Department to DNA Labs International?
Yes, so we would take items being stored at Manchester Police Evidence Office, and I would transport it to a FedEx facility. Generally, we go to the one in Bedford and do standard express overnight delivery of those items directly to DNA Labs International in Florida.
And I want to discuss specifically an evidence item bearing the evidence item number MER 3D-RL1 through RL18. Are you familiar with those items?
Vaguely. I know MER 3D is the ceiling tile, and then anything with the RL attached would be any of the rails or screws that were removed from that ceiling tile.
And can you just describe for the jury how you became familiar with the ceiling portion, the rails that you just mentioned?
Okay, so MER 3D is a large piece of drywalled ceiling tile. There's a vent opening with metal rails. I first became familiar with it when, of course, it came into my office and we needed to store it. I was also part of transporting that item to and from the lab being the state forensic lab. Once that came back to my office, after testing was done at the state level, I was then overseeing that piece of evidence being reopened, essentially, so that the analysts could get smaller cuttings for a deeper analysis, only because transporting that ceiling tile was just becoming too much. It's very large, required 2 people. So it was decided that cuttings would be taken for further processing instead of transferring this massive piece back and forth.
And let me stop you there. You said that the analyst made the cuttings.
Yes.
Were you there when the analyst made the cuttings?
Yes.
And what was that analyst's name?
Kevin McMahon.
And that's an individual from the lab?
Yes.
Here in New Hampshire. Do you know whether he made specific markings on the areas that he cut?
There were markings made next to the squares that were cut out.
Following that interaction, did you have occasion to see that item again in your facility here at the Manchester Police Department?
Yes, so shortly after that time frame, that was mid to late June, and then about a month or so later, we again had to pull the ceiling tile out, and we brought it to our second floor training room, essentially to remove the metal rails from the piece of drywall. The reasoning for this is, again, it was really big, really bulky, and we wanted to see what was under those rails. So I was amongst a team of detectives. We took the ceiling tile that was stored securely in the evidence division. We wheeled it down in its packaging to the training room, which was right down the hall from my office. And then once there, we did what we needed to do to get those rails removed.
Do you recall with any specificity the detectives that you mentioned?
It was Sergeant Lovejoy, Detective Lammy, Detective Bombard, and Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rayhill?
Yes.
And so did you unpackage the item that day? You mentioned it was in July. Do you recall the specific day?
I want to say it was the 18th.
Okay. So on July 18th, did you unpackage the item for the detectives?
Yes. So once we got to the training room, we put down a clean piece of craft paper, put this item on top of it, and then just carefully open it up so as to not disturb the contents underneath. Of course, we had to use a knife to cut into it because it was wrapped in cardboard, given that it was drywall, so we didn't want it to bend and then break.
Did you have any impressions when the rails came off of that item of MER 3D?
Yeah, so first looking at the ceiling tile, you could see some like dark staining on the drywall backing. And then as the rails were being removed, you could see dark red, like crusted staining along the rails as well as slightly underneath. And as the rails were being removed by the detectives, I could smell just a foul odor coming from that piece of drywall as the rail was being lifted.
And Were you familiar with that foul odor that you smelled?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jurors? How are you familiar with it? With the smell?
So the smell, I would call it like a pungent rotting smell. And I'm familiar with that, and I would associate that with decomposition. I know what that smell is like. I've worked on numerous crime scenes in which there was a body present. I've attended an autopsy, and I've also regularly handled evidence that comes in from death scenes.
At the Manchester Police Department, do you have a specific location for such items with body fluids decomposition?
So yes, that would be the ventilated storage, but given the importance of this piece of evidence and the amount of packaging that was wrapped around it, again, there was layers of cardboard. It was really maintained and sturdy. We kept that in our upstairs evidence room. That way it would be better preserved and the integrity would maintain through different weather changes, that sort of thing.
If I can have a moment. Thank you. No further questions. I'll pass the witness here.
No questions.
You may sit down.
Thank you.
Sometimes we have to take witnesses not necessarily in the order that we would like, but we'd like to call a particular witness, Mr. Jared Mondrag, to the stand, please, to take advantage of the translation services that are available to us today.
There's
right.
Jess. Hi, Jess.
The
Guys,
witness
what
is
did I
coming, and
miss?
then I'll ask the interpreter to please step up as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I started dinner, and now I think I missed something. That was the the evidence supervisor. Hi, beautiful Jess. She's biting her nails. Who's behind Jess? James Crumbly? Is that James Crumbly behind Jess? Oh, she left? You made the cards island? So I put spaghetti sauce and meatballs in the crock pot. I thought that was her in the gray sweater.
And, sir,
The interpreter has been placed under oath
A la intérprete
to interpret to the best of her skill, knowledge, and ability.
A la intérprete se le ha puesto bajo juramento para que interprete a lo mejor de sus habilidades.
Oh, Lord.
good afternoon, Mr. Mondrag.
Buenas tardes, señor Mondrag.
If you could please stand up for a moment,
Si por
please.
favor se podría poner de pie.
And if you would please raise your right
Si puede
hand.
alzar la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear
Usted jura solemnemente
testimony you give this jury
que el testimonio que usted va a dar ante este jurado
will be the truth,
va a ser la
the
verdad,
whole truth,
la verdad completa
and nothing but the
y
truth?
solo la verdad,
So help you God.
bajo la ayuda de Dios?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Puede tomar asiento.
Mr. Mondrag, as we're being recorded here today,
Señor Mondrag, ahora nos están grabando,
would you please state your name and spell both your first and your last name?
por favor, nos podría decir su nombre y también deletrear su primer nombre y su apellido.
Jared Brian Lujano Mondragón.
Jared Brian Lungano Mondragón.
Y-A-R-D.
Y-A-R-D.
And your last name, sir. Would
Y
you
su
spell your last name,
apellido?
please?
L-U-J-A-N-O.
Lugano, L-U-J-A-N-O.
And is that your full name, sir?
¿Y eso es su nombre completo, señor? Yes.
Sir, what town do you live in?
Señor, ¿en qué pueblo vive usted?
En Manchester.
En Manchester.
And how long have you lived in
¿Y
Manchester?
cuánto tiempo ha vivido usted en Manchester?
23 años.
23 years.
23 years, okay.
23 años, okay.
What do you do for work, sir?
¿En qué trabaja usted?
En drywall y metal frame.
En drywall and metal frame.
How long have you done that kind of work?
¿En cuánto tiempo ha hecho usted ese tipo de trabajo?
15 años.
About 15 years.
15 years. If I could approach the witness,
There's a lot
please,
of
Your Honor.
butt
Si me puedo
joints that
acercar
we
al
have to
testigo, por
cover, and
favor.
I'm like, Dudley, let's do butt joints together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself.
Monsieur Jean Mondrag, I'm here to show you what's marked State's Exhibit 30.
Señor Lugano Mondrag, estoy aquí para mostrarle lo que se llama la prueba número 30.
Do you recognize this building?
¿Usted reconoce este edificio?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever done work at this building?
¿Usted alguna vez ha trabajado en este edificio? Yes.
What kind of work did you do there?
¿Qué tipo de trabajo hizo usted allí?
Sí, rocky frame.
Sheetrocking, framing.
Do you know or have you ever met someone by the name of Adam Montgomery?
¿Usted conoce o alguna vez ha conocido una persona con el nombre de Adam Montgomery?
No.
No.
And do you know or have you met with anyone by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
¿Y usted conoce o ha conocido a alguna persona con el nombre de Kayla Montgomery?
No.
No.
And that location where you did work installing sheetrock,
¿Y ese lugar donde usted hizo trabajo instalando el sheetrock?
did you ever live at that address?
¿Usted alguna vez vivió en esa dirección? No.
And other than doing the work for the sheetrock, have you ever been back to that address?
Fuera de hacer ese trabajo con el sheetrock ahí, ¿usted ha regresado a esa dirección?
No.
No.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions for you. Defense counsel may
Gracias.
have
No
a few.
tengo otras preguntas para usted, la defensa.
And I have no questions.
Y yo no tengo preguntas, su señoría.
Your Honor, we'd ask the witness to please be excused then.
Su señoría
Okay,
pediríamos
bye.
que
What
escuchen
address
al
were they even
testigo.
talking about?
You are excused, sir.
Usted está escuchado.
Seba?
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
What the heck? Where'd he come from?
If you say Ferris Bueller, you lose a testicle.
Yes, thank you.
I swear, I get up to make dinner. Jess is gone.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state calls criminalist Kevin McMahon to the stand.
James Crumbly's in the courtroom. There's Dolly. Hi, Dolly. What's up, Dolly? There's Matt in the purple. What was the purpose? Yeah. Okay, so check this out, guys. This is my lunch. I want to show you. Aldi. I don't know how healthy it is, but this is pad thai ramen. Heat and eat, baby. I don't know how many preservatives
the
are in
wires,
it,
please, sir.
but we'll see how it is.
And Mr. McMahon, if you would please remain standing for a moment and please
Okay.
raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
And Mr. McMahon, there's some water up there for you if you need it, or if you need a break at any time, please let us know, okay?
Thank you.
Would you please, because we're being recorded here today, state your full name, spelling both your first and your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin, Kevin, middle initial G, and my last name is McMahon, capital MC, capital MAHON.
And Mr. McMahon, up until last year, where did you work?
I was formerly employed by the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory in Concord, New Hampshire.
How long did you work for them?
For over 40 years.
And it's my understanding that you retired last year from there.
Yes, I did.
What was your position while you were working at the lab?
I was assigned to the Forensic Biology Unit.
And was there an official title that you had?
Criminalist 2.
Okay. And what does that mean to be a criminalist 2 at the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab?
Well, a criminalist 1 is an entry-level position. Criminalist 2 would be more of a journeyman level position. where you have more responsibilities or more duties assigned to you than a criminalist one would.
I understand that you said that you were there for 40 years. What were the different units of the lab that you worked in during those 40 years?
I worked primarily in the forensic biology unit, although way back when it was just forensic serology. I was actually hired as a drug chemist, but then was transferred into the serology section. But over the years, I took on additional responsibilities, most of those dealing with the analysis of items of what are known as trace evidence, which would include the examination of hairs and fibers, the examination of paints and plastics, and the examination of automobile lamps, specifically the filaments in a lamp for purposes of determining whether a taillight or a headlight was on or off at the time of a collision.
And Mr. McMahon, let me ask you, can you go through a little bit of what your educational background was, specifically in the area of dealing with serology and the identification of bodily fluids?
Well, I hold both Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in forensic science from the University of New Haven in West Haven, Connecticut. And both those programs were overseen by fairly well-known forensic biochemists at the time. And so it would be difficult for someone to go through that program without having a lot of experience and exposure to forensic serology. And so in addition to what I learned about forensic serology while undergoing my education, I underwent extensive on-the-job training soon after transferring to the serology section of the lab back in 1983.
And could you please explain what forensic serology is? What is that the science of?
So forensic serology is that area of expertise within the field of the forensic sciences that deals specifically with the identification and the characterization of blood and other body fluids as they are associated with physical evidence. And it's the screening process which, in modern times, immediately precedes DNA testing.
In addition to your educational background, have you received any specialized training after you obtained your degrees within that field of serology?
Well, over the years, I've had a number of opportunities to attend various schools and workshops and symposia dealing with various aspects of forensic science, some of those specifically dealing with forensic serology.
Are you a member of any professional organizations when it comes to serology or to detection?
Well, I'm a member in good standing of the Northeastern Association of Forensic Scientists.
And over your career, how many serological analysis or serology analysis would you estimate that you've made?
Serological analyses, I would estimate in the thousands or tens of thousands.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert witness in the subject of serology?
I have, many times.
And were those in New Hampshire courts?
Yes.
Okay. And does that include this particular jurisdiction where we are today, Hillsborough County, Northern District?
It does.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd ask the court to please qualify Mr. McMahon as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Any objection?
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
The court finds that he is qualified as an expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McMahon, what was your involvement into the investigation into the death of Harmony Montgomery?
I was assigned as the point person, at least as far as any requests that were made by the Manchester Police Department for testing or examination of evidence for biological materials, primarily in this case blood or hairs.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the evidence that you did do serology testing or at least examinations on in this case. It's my understanding that several of the items that you examined had no stain, that you saw nothing to be tested. Is that correct?
That's correct. There were a number of items that I examined and did not find any stains or deposits that I felt were characteristic of blood. And so no further testing was done beyond a mere physical examination.
And then were there other items that you looked at that you did test, but it turned out that they were negative for blood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there also an item or two that you tested that was positive for blood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'd like to start then, understanding that those are three categories of things that you've found. I want to start with some of the evidence that you tested that did not have blood on them, things that were examined and tested, but then did not have blood. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What pieces of evidence did you test that you found out that they did not have blood on them? And I'd like to start specifically with items that you tested on January 5th of 2022, that you wrote in a report on January 5th of 2022. And would you like me to refer to the item names, or the numbers that have been assigned to those items, or do you have a copy of your reports available in case you need to refresh your recollection?
I have a copy of my entire case report, so you can either refer to the date of the report or the exhibit number so that I can verify what you're asking me.
And let me ask you, did you sit through a deposition, Mr. McMahon, on the same case?
I did.
And that the same file that you have with you today, is that the one that you had at deposition when you were able to answer Attorney Smith's questions on that day?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any objection, Attorney Smith, to having him refer to his notes?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. McMahon, let me ask you specifically about a test that you did on an item listed as JMT8. JMT8. And first of all, what was the description that you had for that item?
It was a section of automobile carpeting, not from the passenger compartment, but from the trunk of an automobile.
And let me ask, we're talking about JMT8. Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I did not.
Okay. The testing on JMT8, what were the serological tests that you performed on that, and what was the results?
Well, I performed a physical examination of this piece of carpeting by putting some white paper, some bench paper, down on my examination bench, and then taking this section of carpeting out of its original container, laying it out on the bench, and examining it under the normal room lights. And maybe with the assistance of a flashlight, I did not see any staining on there that I thought was suggestive of blood. But knowing that dark-colored substrates, like this carpeting, which was black, I then employed the use of an infrared light source. It's basically another source of light, but rather than white light that we use for room lighting, it employs infrared light, and the image of what the camera is seeing is projected on a computer tablet. And during the course of this particular examination, I happened to notice a dark-colored stain that was not visible under normal room lighting. And I tested that for the presence of blood, and that test was negative.
Did you also test another item with the same initials, JMT5, a T-shirt?
I did.
Okay. And similarly, what were the results on the test on the T-shirt?
In that case, I performed an analysis of a number of stains that were on that T-shirt, and I employed a test that would detect the presence of blood, and each of those tests were negative.
And finally, at one point, did you also, I'm referring to a report that you wrote on June 15th of 2022, or 13th was a correction on the 15th. Did you ever do an examination of a piece of evidence entitled JD47, an igloo cooler?
I did.
Okay. And what testing did you perform on that piece of evidence?
Again, the testing always begins with a physical examination for deposits which you believe are reflective of or suggestive of blood. There were a number of stains on this particular cooler that seemed to resemble dry blood stains. Each of those was tested chemically in the laboratory by myself, and each of those tests were negative for blood.
And with regards to that cooler, could you generally describe what it looked like?
It's a large red igloo portable cooler. It has wheels on it so it can easily be transported if it's full of ice or other things. And it has a red body. It has a white lid on it and a white liner. And I believe it has like a retractable black metal handle on it, like a wheeled suitcase would.
Your Honor, if I can approach the witness, please.
Yes.
Mr. McMahon, I'm going to put down in front of you, item marked as State's Exhibit 73. I'm going to lift the lid for a moment and just ask you whether or not you recognize the item that is inside.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that item to be?
That is Exhibit JD 47, the igloo cooler.
So this is the one that you tested.
Yes, sir.
And could you please just tell us generally, where did you test this item?
If I might refer to my notes.
Yes, please.
So I tested a number of stained areas, 7 different areas.
I'm sorry, did you say 7 different areas?
7 different areas.
Okay.
One stain on the bottom of the base, another stain on the right side of the base of the white top edge, another stain on the red plastic base at the right front corner, another stain at the left side of the base near the white top edge. Let's see, the 5th stain was on the left side of the lid on the edge. 6th was on the right front of the lid at the edge, and the 7th stain was on the right side of the lid at the edge. I drew a diagram to assist me in detecting where on the lid I actually.
And with regards to each one of those tests, were all of those in fact negative for the presence of blood?
Yes, sir.
Objection leading.
What was your conclusion with regards to the test on those 7 areas?
Each of the results of each of the tests that I performed on those 7 areas were negative for the presence of blood.
Thank you. In this case, did Manchester Police Department ever inform you that some of the items that had been treated, for example, let's say JMT8, the stain in the trunk, did they ever tell you that some of these had been treated with a product by the name of Blue Star?
Yes.
And let me ask, does Blue Star interfere with the serological testing that you do?
In and of itself, it does not.
Okay. Does it interfere with the DNA testing of these samples?
It reportedly does not.
What's the testing method that you use when you're testing for the presence of blood?
Well, in the laboratory, I would use a test that's known as the Castle-Mayer test, Castle-Meyer, Castle-Mayer.
What advantage, if any, does the Castle-Mayer test have over a test like Blue Star?
Well, the benefit of the Castle-Mayer test
Meyer?
over a test like Blue Star or some other tests similar to it is that the Castle-Mayer test enjoys a reputation of being both very sensitive and fairly specific. None of these blood detection tests are 100% specific, which means that occasionally they will provide you with a positive result, but it's actually a false positive result. The result that you're getting that you would ordinarily think is positive is in fact a false positive, and it's due to something in the sample that you're testing that you're unaware of.
So with regards to the Castle-Mayer test, is that the test that the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory uses?
It is.
How long have you been using that test? How familiar are you with that test?
I've been using the Castle-Mayer test since college, and on day one in my introduction into forensic serology testing at the state police lab back in 1983.
Does the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab use Blue Star?
We do not.
Why not?
We prefer to use a different chemical for trying to find traces of blood at crime scenes. We use a chemical that's known as luminol.
And with regards to the concept of false positives, could you explain what false positives are when it comes to serology testing?
Well, in testing for the presence of blood, the tests that are available to us to detect the presence of blood all rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. In order for a screening test or a detection test to be of any value, it must test for something that's unique in whatever you're looking for. And the one thing that's unique about blood compared to other body fluids is blood has hemoglobin in it, where saliva and semen and other body fluids do not. So all of the blood detection tests rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. And in the Castle-Mayer test, we add a drop of a reagent that's made up of a chemical called phenolphthalein, and we look for a color change at that point. If in fact any of the known or well-recognized false positives are present in your sample, very often you'll see a reaction immediately after adding the phenolphthalein where you shouldn't. It's only after adding the second reagent, hydrogen peroxide, should you see a color change. And in the Castle-Mayer test, we're looking for the formation of a pink color. So if in fact I'm testing something for the presence of blood and I get that pink color after merely adding the testing reagent, the phenolphthalein, if I get a pink color there, that's a warning to me that the test isn't over yet. It's only halfway through, yet you're getting this pink color. And that would be considered a false positive reaction. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, you're quite taken back because you're not expecting to see that color so soon. It's only after adding the hydrogen peroxide that you should see the color form if in fact blood is present. If no color forms, then you can safely conclude that blood is not present.
The hemoglobin that you're trying to detect, what does the first part of that heme, what does heme stand for?
Well, the hemoglobin molecule is fairly large and complex, and a major portion of it contains an iron atom. And that's the heme portion of the hemoglobin molecule, the part that contains the iron.
The part that contains the iron.
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to now move on to some of the other evidence that you tested, understanding that. Did you test a section of drywall and a T-beam framing in this case that you referred to in your June 13th and then 15th report of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did you test a piece that was entitled MER 3D1, a piece of T-bar framing?
Yes.
Did you also test a piece called MER 3D-3B-1, a swab?
Yes.
Okay. And also, did you test any sort of cutting from a backing of a piece of drywall?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain to the jury how you came to examine this exhibit, made that cutting, and then made those tests, or conducted those tests?
This large item of evidence was submitted to the laboratory and was opened up by my colleague, criminalist Martin Orlowitz. He was preparing to process this item of evidence for latent fingerprints. But knowing that there was another request for looking for bloodstains, I was called over to conduct that examination prior to his analyses. And after I had examined that item of evidence, I had found several areas that I had suspected that were possibly blood. And so I went about testing several of those areas for the presence of blood using the Castle-Mayer test. And each of the areas that I tested positive for blood.
Before you did that testing, you described before how you would do a physical examination of an item. Did you do that before you decided what areas to test?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And at any point, did you label anything on that piece of drywall, on that backing?
I did. So that it would be clear, if need be down the road, like today, to know exactly where I tested or I took my samples for testing. Every area that I performed a test on a sample from was numbered.
Okay. Numbered or lettered?
Well, in the cases of the deposits on the metal frame, they were each given a number. And then on the backside of the drywall portion of the exhibit, there was a very large discoloration, a stain that consisted of light and darker areas. And I elected to test 4 different parts of that one large stain. And that got not only a number, but a number 5, but also a letter, A, B, C, or D.
A, B, C, or D? So it was 4, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I believe, but if you could please go ahead and I think you may have already said this, what were your conclusions of testing those areas, whether they were positive for the presence of blood?
Each of those areas, and everything I tested in that particular exhibit, was positive for the presence of blood.
You stated that you were working with somebody else that day at the state lab. Could you say that name again?
Criminalist, that's his title, Martin Orlowitz.
And with regards to criminalist Orlowitz, what unit of the lab does he work in?
He works in the pattern evidence unit.
I'd like to ask some of the samples that you took, or the parts that you were able to cut out and make cuttings. Did you submit those for further DNA analysis inside the lab?
Yes, I swabbed the blood deposits that were on the metal frame because that was the most effective way of removing the blood from that metal surface by transferring it to a swab that had been moistened with something called digest buffer. As far as the stained area on the backing of the drywall, that had soaked into this very thin cardboard backing, and swabbing it would not have been as effective. And so what I did was I took a sterile scalpel, and I very carefully cut out a small square of the darkest stain on that cardboard backing of the drywall. I put that cutting into a coin envelope, and that coin envelope and the swabbings from the metal parts of the exhibit were forwarded to our DNA unit for DNA testing.
How did you label that cutting that went to the DNA unit for DNA testing, and how did you label the swab that went on for DNA testing?
So the cutting would have been labeled, if I might refer to my notes again.
Please do.
So as far as the metal swabbing, and I only took one of the 4 that I had available to me, I selected one as a representative sample, and the actual stain on the exhibit was exhibit MER3B. And because this was now somewhat of a child of that, this swab was now MER-3B-1. As far as the cutting is concerned, again, it's the same exhibit, so it's going to be exhibit MER-3B. but this was that large stain area, which I called collectively stain 5, but then subcategorized each of the 4 stains in there as A, B, C, and D. And so the stain that went on for, or a portion of it that went on for DNA testing, because I didn't cut the whole stain out. The stain was large enough that I could cut out about a 1-inch square from the middle of it and still leave the rest of it behind. That I identified as MER-3B-5A.
Thank you. The DNA testing that you sent it along for, did you perform that testing yourself or someone else?
I did not.
Do you remember who that was that did do that testing?
That was performed by my colleague, criminalist Katie Swango.
And finally, Mr. McMahon, with regards to, I know we talked about a couple of specific items. It's my understanding that there were many other items that you swabbed and checked for serology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regards to those, were those either ones where no blood was found or that after a physical examination there was no stain to test? With regards to the physical items, not hairs. So excuse me, I think anything other than the hairs that you were provided.
So that would be correct. All the other items that I looked at, with maybe the exception of 2, either did not find blood on them or my testing of what looked like it could be blood was negative.
And with regards to the 2 that you thought that you might have located blood, now let me ask, was one of them, to your recollection, a sweatshirt or a portion of a sweatshirt?
I think it was a portion of a sweater.
Okay. A portion of a sweater. If you
Yes.
could refer to your notes, I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Yes, the 2 items that I'm referring to are exhibits JP216, which is a pink sweater, and this is detailed in my report dated April 21st.
And JP216, so that's the first 2 initials there are JP, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regards to that sweatshirt, do you know what kind of vehicle that came out of, whether or not it was an Audi that came out of? Are you aware of that?
I don't know what the source of where the item was collected from, but it's a sweater.
Sweater, okay. And was there, you said there was one other item. Could you please tell us what that one was?
The other one was JP251, which was a length of twine.
And that also was a JP, I believe you said, those initials?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know whether that came out of a blue Audi, or do you, similar to your last answer, you don't know where that item came from?
I do not know.
All right. If I can just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
One of the New Hampshire State Lab has a separate DNA lab, right?
That's correct.
And do you do DNA?
I do not.
Okay. And one of the reasons that things don't go directly to DNA is DNA kind of costs a lot of money, and you want to make sure that the testing is of something that may produce a DNA result.
That's correct. The vast majority of evidence that comes to the laboratory with a request to check for blood or semen or saliva typically goes through a serological examination first. And if we find something, usually only a portion of the original item gets forwarded on for DNA testing, not the entire item. We'll cut a stain out of a garment or out of a piece of drywall, like I just explained to you. When I don't find any type of a biological material, then that's where the analysis ends.
Okay.
And nothing would go on to DNA.
Right, because if it doesn't get through you, there's likely not DNA,
That's correct.
and that a DNA test would be a waste.
That's correct.
So that's not always the case that it goes through you, right?
Well, the vast majority of it is the vast majority of the evidence is subjected to some sort of a serological analysis by either myself or a colleague of mine.
Okay.
There are some items that would go straight to DNA, like a known DNA sample of one person or another. There's no need to perform any analysis on an item of evidence, which is a known sample from a known individual.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Have you seen this object before?
I have not.
Okay. And this is a full exhibit, Your Honor. Yes. A toothbrush. There's been testimony about DNA tested in the lab and results found on the toothbrush. Why was it that that didn't go through you?
I'm not sure if I can answer that. I could only surmise that for serological or biological testing, the area of interest in that particular item is so small. We're not looking for DNA on the parts of the handle. We're looking for DNA only on the part that goes into the person's mouth and makes contact with their teeth and gums. And that was so small, and the fear would be that there would be very little DNA present because it's a small surface area. And so rather than wasting sample on a serological test, because we're going to do DNA testing regardless, let's just reserve all of the sample for DNA testing. There are a few situations where even though my testing is negative, the item still goes on for DNA testing. And that's a few situations, and it's only done because we recognize that the sensitivity of the test that I perform is much lower than the sensitivity of a DNA test. So when I swab the mouth of a bottle that was left behind at a crime scene, and I test that swabbing for saliva and it's negative, that swabbing would still go on for DNA.
You're being
And
a Karen.
essentially, we are talking about saliva, and that the area of interest on a toothbrush would be saliva.
That's correct.
And so pretty much no matter what, that's going to the DNA lab.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this isn't simply a procedure where people are doing things by rote. You actually consider the possibility of whether testing might consume DNA before DNA can actually be tested?
That's correct.
And if there's the possibility of that, you're going to send it straight for testing so that your tests don't consume or have any effect on the DNA that might be present.
That's correct.
To make sure that if it's there, it's going to be found.
Yes, ma'am.
There, you had some testimony about JMT evidence, starting with the initials JMT,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was a section of black carpet, a child's T-shirt, and a child's pajama pants, right? Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. And those, I think you were aware, were found in the trunk of a car?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And the same area where the toothbrush was found?
That I'm not sure I was aware of at the time.
Okay. And so you tested each of these items, and they were all negative for blood?
That's correct.
And you talked about the testing, that if you saw a stain that looked like it might be blood, then you would take the next step and do some screening with the chemical.
That's correct.
In the black carpet, because a stain might be there and you might miss it, you do extra tests, right?
Right, that's when we re-examine the item using the infrared light source. That's correct.
So you don't assume, okay, I can't see anything, you're going to make sure that it's not there.
That's only done when the color of the substrate, the surface that possible blood is on, is dark enough that it might, by virtue of its dark color, interfere with my ability to see the blood stain. Items that are lighter colored, it would just get a standard physical examination under normal room lighting.
So the next step, after you question perhaps there's something there, you do that Castle
Mayor.
Testing. And the black section of carpet from the trunk was negative for blood. The child's T-shirt, you checked that for, you examined it by sight to check for stains, right?
That's correct.
And you found several.
Yes.
And you tested them to see if those stains were just child stains or blood.
Well, I'm not sure I would describe it that way, but there are a number of stains on a green sweatshirt.
Turquoise, perhaps?
Okay, I wasn't exactly sure which one you were speaking about.
All right, JMT5?
Okay. I was thinking of another item, but yeah, I conducted an examination of it. Again, if I might refer to my notes. I conducted a physical examination of this child's T-shirt, and because the sleeves of the T-shirt were dark blue, the body of the shirt was this turquoise, I conducted an additional physical exam using the infrared light source and looking for additional staining on the sleeves.
Okay. And so that was negative for the presence of blood.
That's correct.
And then there was pajama pants, a child's pajama pants found in the same area?
That's correct.
And
well, I'm not sure where it was
the
collected
location?
from.
Okay, sorry. JMT6, that one, you didn't have to go to the Castle-Meyer testing, right?
I did not.
Because you could see the item well enough to determine if there were stains characteristic of blood.
Well, in this case, like some of the other items, these pajama pants were dark gray in color, and so after examining them under normal room lighting, I conducted a re-examination using the infrared light source, and I didn't find any staining on these pajama pants at all.
So it's pretty fair to say that if there's a question in your mind, you take another step.
If one is available.
So then you did several items that had the initials at the beginning JP.
Yes.
And there's been testimony before you that JP would, and you understand that the initials reflect the officer that has collected and bagged or whatever the evidence.
I do. That's a common practice in law enforcement.
And there has been testimony that that was JP referred to an Officer Pittman. And these items were from the Audi. Were you aware of that?
At that time, no.
Okay. And same sort of testing to determine whether or not there was a presence of blood.
That's correct.
And if there was a question in your observation, you would take the next step and check for either a light source or the Castlemeyer.
That's correct.
And the results were a little bit mixed. Some you did not find the presence of blood. Some you had to do additional screening for blood.
That's correct.
And 2 items I think that you testified of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. About 15 items that were JP something.
Do you want me to double check your math?
We can do approximates if you want.
Well, excluding hairs, I can only find 9 that are JP.
Are you looking at your report of 1/20/22? And then
Yep, there's 2 items
4/20
there.
Pardon?
2 items there.
4/21/22? Oh, the next one's 1/26/22?
Yep, those are the hairs.
Okay. And then 4/21/22.
7 items there.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. Total.
But you're including the hairs.
Yes.
Okay. 14.
Okay. Good thing.
14 in total.
Okay. And speaking of the hairs, you found 1 specimen, and it's a JP hair, 1 specimen suitable for DNA analysis, and send it on, right?
With respect to JP 185, yes.
And then with
Bueller.
respect to JP 202, a couple of
Bueller.
hairs to go to the DNA.
That's
Bueller.
correct.
And other hairs didn't actually have any DNA in them,
Well,
or you couldn't detect.
no. I guess for the remaining hairs, based upon my microscopical examination of the hairs, I had determined that they were likely unsuitable for a DNA analysis.
Okay. So then you also testified on direct about a pink woman's sweater, screening positive for blood, right?
That's correct.
A length of twine, which was JP 251, screening positive for blood.
That's correct.
And you sent those 2 on for DNA analysis.
That's correct.
And if these items were found in a motor vehicle that had been sitting out in the weather for a very long time, subject to heat, subject to cold, and subject to mold apparently, you were still able to find presence of blood on those items.
That's correct.
And environment can degrade blood or DNA,
Creep town, dude.
Possibly, yes.
and it may not.
That's correct.
And so the fact that something has been in the environment doesn't mean that any blood that's been there has degraded.
That's correct.
And the fact that something has been subject to heat and cold doesn't mean that any blood that had been present would be degraded.
That's correct.
Thank you. I think, 1 moment, Your Honor, please.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Oh, and one more thing was you talked about the area of dry paneling that was sent on to the DNA lab as well. Drywall paneling.
Elaine,
Yes, ma'am.
Paneling, ceiling, I don't know what to call it. Drywall, you have it as drywall paneling, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's testimony that this was taken from a ceiling, would that be consistent with your description?
Yes, although I couldn't describe it in my notes or in my report as a part of a ceiling because that's assuming I knew where it came from, and I can't take that assumption into account. So I just describe what it is as it's presented before me.
Thank you.
Elaine.
I could, just for the table. Mr. McMahon, just on that last line of question you were just asked about not being able to take it for granted that the drywall that you saw necessarily came from the ceiling. Is that something where, to be able to say that, you'd have to talk to the person that actually took it from the ceiling or took it from a wall to find out where it came from?
I'd either have to be there during its collection, I'd have to get its source or from where it came from someone whose opinion I trusted. Or a third option would, for it to be described that way when it was submitted to the laboratory on the paperwork that's submitted with evidence, but I'm still
Stop talking!
the final say for how an item is described. That may have come from a ceiling, and I'm certain it probably did. It's just that wasn't so apparently obvious to me that I had to describe it as what it actually was.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that. He's like, I don't understand a thing you just said.
JMT5, the T-shirt, and I believe you described how, on cross-examination, that the sleeves were darker, that dark substrate that you talked about earlier, and that's where you used the infrared light.
That's correct.
Did you make any notation, the fact that that T-shirt was sized for an 18-month-old?
I did make a notation in my notes where I can about the garment manufacturer's name and the size.
I am here to help you learn.
Shut up, man. Again, I'm referring to my notes.
We know.
I described exhibit JMT5 as a blue/teal long sleeve T-shirt. And furthermore, it's a children's long sleeve T-shirt with a turquoise colored body and dark blue sleeves. The brand name is Just One U, and the size was 18M.
Thank you. Last question I have for you, you were asked about the toothbrush with regards to that going not through serology but directly to DNA, and I believe that you were asked whether or not the toothbrush would have saliva on it. That small part of the toothbrush would have saliva on it. Do you recall that question a moment ago?
To some degree, yes.
In addition to the saliva, would it also have cheek cells or other cells from the gum or the line?
It's inferred that it would. I mean, it's a motorized toothbrush. Assuming that we use it in the fashion for which it was intended, it's reasonable to expect that the end of the toothbrush that you would insert into your mouth could bear deposits of saliva, and that saliva would contain cellular material from the gums or from the cheeks of the mouth.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Just also very, very quickly.
Oh my God.
The turquoise child's long sleeve T-shirt you said was specifically what age? 18 months?
Well, it said 18M on the fabric label.
Okay. So toddler-ish.
Toddler-ish?
So, yes.
Okay.
Wow.
And the pajama pants similarly?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
One pair of dark gray fleece children's sleep pants with a red, white, and black winter holiday pattern. The brand was Holiday, pound sign or hashtag, if you will, Fam Jams, FAMJAMS, size XS 4/5.
And I take it you're not going to interpret what that size means, but it's
Extra small.
okay.
And I'm guessing 4 or 5 in children's clothing typically refers to the approximate age
Okay.
of the child that would wear that size clothing.
Okay. And the pink sweater was an adult woman's sweater.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I didn't want to see you again for the rest of my whole life. And I didn't want to see anybody else.
Sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
It's a good time for a
2:30. Perfect timing for our mid-afternoon break. So I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other. Don't do any independent research. I'm going to ask the witness if you would just to stay there for just a moment so I can let the jurors go. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury, please.
C'est la vie, adios, fuck off and die.
Oh, shit.
Fuck directly off.
Elaine. Go eat a mint. I can't take it anymore.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Counsel, please, for just a minute.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Good Lord, that was tough to get through. Holy. Is it just me? I feel like I'm ready to damn jump out of my skin.
Yeah.
Wow.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
Oh, man. So we've got a short little break. What'd she say? 10-minute? 10-minute break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. That was some tough things to get through there. It just seems like Buttercup. I mean, for real. Hold on. Let me come back on the cam. Okay, so if they find, let's talk this through because none of it made sense. If they find blood on the adult woman's pink sweater, this is where Elaine will try to blame it on Kayla. But they're not really blaming it on Kate. Like, when is she going to bring it up? Okay, so if that's true, if what you're saying is true, Leo, why, what I'm saying is like, why haven't they asked what the results were? Or is that going to be another expert? He just found the DNA and tested it. And now are we going to get another expert that's going to say whose DNA it was? Is that how it goes? Maybe I'm just getting ahead of myself because Elaine is driving me nuts and I have no patience. But then they said there was no blood in the cooler. Right? I thought that there was dried blood on Adam's fists. Diabolic. It's Valentine's Day. They're making a love connection in the courtroom with Elaine.
Street town, dude.
18-month is small. Didn't they have other kids?
Yeah.
Oh, we have audio.
We're back at 2:45.
I feel like I just had a bug fly in my throat.
We went muted again. 10 minutes. But didn't they have another kid? Because my kids were always big but they could have been, she looks little in this picture here. Here, let me show you this picture I have. But this looks like an older pic. I don't know how old she is. How old is she? Do you guys know? Anybody who's followed this case for a long time, how old is little Harmony here? Because she looks maybe 3 to me there. And she looks, this was probably a more recent pic, right? So her eyes look so blue in that one picture and not in the other one. Such a sweetie. Look at the pigtails. She was 32 pounds. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't look... I mean, little girls can be tiny. My daughter was tiny. And I'm imagining these were probably when she was with her foster mom or something. Little girl was tossed around. Look at her with that Barbie. So sweet. Yeah, she does look broken on the right. She's a little bit older and she's you can tell on the right more of that innocence is gone. That's what's sad. Is that she's 5 and she's lost that innocence that she should still have over here in the younger picture where she's just got her Barbie. And you know, she's got that typical, like my granddaughter smiles like that. You know, with all the teeth, that's just typical innocent smile. The other one, I feel like she's more aware and she's been through more. Yeah. She looks like she's got like she's seen things that most adults don't even see. You know what I mean? In that little body. Sad. Super sad. And I think that's why we have to see something, say something. Like, none of us want to get involved. But man. Yeah, they thought she was cute playing, you know, hey, Harmony, say cheese. And she probably went, cheese, you know, and it's just right in the middle of playing. Like, it's so innocent. I mean, she looks clean and stuff and well taken care of on the right. But yeah, you guys are right. It's on her face. I know. It just seems like so many people failed Harmony. Law enforcement, too. I mean, that one cop was called out. I get that there's a epidemic. I know. Isn't the Barbie pic adorable? Yeah, let's use the Barbie pic for a while. Poor little Harmony. God, she's just so damn cute. I can't get past it. I mean, my daughter was a petite little thing, too. My boys were more husky, but she was a petite little toddler, you know? Oh, yeah, Kayla cut her clothes off of her. So what did Kayla do with the clothes after she cut them off? No one's ever asked that. Aw, I know, Robin. It is tough. And, you know, we've been watching this for a long time. Oh, my gosh. Samantha, that just came across my phone. All I could read was sobbing boy hands police Ziploc bag of meth found in Mom's $430,000 Las Vegas home. I've watched it, Jammers. Horrible. I watched it. I cried my eyes out. Excuse me. Do you guys think that maybe when they say she was in that CMC bag, because I know a lot of us talked about this yesterday, like how did she fit in the CMC bag? Do you think that, like someone just said, it was like parts? And I hate to say that, but I don't understand all of these different items and bags. And there's a duffel bag, there's a CMC bag, there's a tote bag, there's a garbage bag, there's a cooler. Oh, that's what I wanted to look at really quick. Okay, so I came across this last night from the weapons trial. There's a lot of videos in the weapons trial, like evidence. And I don't think it's going to be used in this one. So let me see. God, it was them in Walmart. And I think she's wearing turquoise. Let me see. Adam Montgomery firearms trial. I'll show you. I think I can find it. Oh, wait. Firearms trial. Walmart. Because they're at the Walmart by getting like burner phones. I got to get through this stuff to get to the other trial. Hold on. Summer Rue says hello. She misses you guys. I hate that picture of him with his tongue out. And they should make him remove that tongue ring. Is that a tongue ring? He shouldn't be allowed to have a tongue ring. They should rip it out with frickin' a wrench. Oh, this guy's a trip too. When Elaine, oh my God. This is a friend of Adam's. Damn it. There's a video of them in the Walmart. I wish I would have saved it. Maybe it's this one. Oh, I'm getting hot.
Can you start by...
No video in that one. There's Kimberly Fran. This guy is a freaking smart ass. Wait, just watch him for a second.
Style, it's like, you get so wrapped up in it that, like, you don't understand that it revolves everything you do in your life at the time.
Do you remember around when that addiction started?
Right before I had moved to Somerville. So, I think I was 37, 38.
Darn it.
Know the guy.
Let me see if I can just find Kayla Montgomery Walmart. Because she's at the little machine, and this might come up. Because she's at the machine where you sell your cell phones. And they have the Walmart guy on the stand. The Walmart worker. Oh, this is Matt from yesterday, guys. This is Kayla's mom running. I'll find that
Court TV
surveillance
crime.
when they come back, so we don't waste time. There's Matt from Court TV, Jess's friend, Matt. Watch what he did. He confronted her outside the courtroom or out the courthouse.
How she prepared for her testimony. So I tried asking those questions when she left the stand. Take a listen. How are you holding up during all of this?
I have no comment.
What do you think about the case so far and the accusations that your daughter had played a bigger role? Talk to me about testifying today. Was it tough to be up there? When's the last time you saw Harmony?
Excuse me.
When's the last time you spoken to your daughter?
Oh, you found it. She's like, Jay.
All right, her daughter up for parole in just a couple months, not answering our question.
That was Kayla's mom. Thank you so much, Jammers. I'm sorry. I'm so irritated. It's hard to keep up sometimes with everything. Thank you. She found it.
Thank you for coming in again today.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. So here it is. Thank you, James.
Start that again.
James. Someone. Anyone? Bueller.
All right. Is that better? Easier to see without the pixelation? And I believe you described for us on Friday that Eco ATM that was for recycling of electronics. People could get money for them.
Correct.
Right. And from this particular video, we had watched this several different minutes, up I believe until almost 29 minutes into the videos. And how long again did you say was a typical length of time
That's
for somebody to be
Kayla.
standing at this machine to do a transaction?
Hold on.
From my understanding, 5 to 10 minutes.
5 to 10?
Let me turn it down a little. Oh, there's Elaine. Objection.
I believe we established that on Friday, but I will reestablish foundation. Mr. Dope, how long did you work at Walmart again?
All right. So I think that's Kayla with the pink purse. And then that's Adam. And then there's another girl. And I can't figure out if it's that girl that passed or if this is Kimberly Fran. So there's a clearer image. Hold on. I don't know who this chick is.
All right. Please rise for
But
the
it's
jurors.
Probably.
I think that's the girl that died, you guys. Look how thin her hair is and stuff. That person turned around like, they're sketch. I think they were stealing shit too. I thought Kayla was wearing turquoise. That was my whole point of that. So my bad. She wasn't. She has a bright pink purse though. Ugh. Elaine, you think you're sighing? She's like, shh. Bella says hello.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Martin Orlowitz to the stand.
Maybe now we'll find out whose DNA they did find.
Mr. Orlowitz, to remain standing, raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Mr. Orlowitz, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Martin Orlowitz, MartinOrlowicz.
And Mr. Orlowitz, how are you present in court?
I work for the State of New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
What's your current position with the
forensic laboratory?
I'm a latent print examiner.
And how long have you worked for the New Hampshire State Lab?
Since October of 2019.
And prior to that, any experience with a forensic laboratory?
I worked from October of 2016 to July of 2019. I worked for the State of Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory.
And how long were you with the Alaska State Crime Lab?
Between October 2016 and July 2019, so almost 3 years.
What was the role that you held while you were while you were employed at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
I was doing latent print processing as well as crime scene processing for the lab.
And when you say crime scene processing, what did that look like when you were at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
The crime scene processing that I did for the state of Alaska was a accessory role where law enforcement would call for an assist if they needed specialty work done at a crime scene, searching for fingerprints or tire tracks or blood, those sorts of things.
And was that for the entire state, so all the way from Utqiagvik up north to Ketchikan down south?
Yes, it was.
You also mentioned latent print analysis?
Yes.
And did you do that in your current role or in your role with the Alaska State Crime Lab, or both?
My role in Alaska was more specifically just latent print processing, which was evidence processing to search for latent prints or fingerprints, as they're more colloquially known. In New Hampshire, I do the second portion of latent print processing, which is the analysis and comparison.
And which unit for the state of New Hampshire, which units have you worked in?
The name of my unit is the Pattern Evidence Unit.
What are your primary duties and responsibilities in that unit?
In New Hampshire, I'm doing latent print processing, so processing evidence to find fingerprints or friction ridge evidence, as well as doing the comparisons, so analyzing any impressions that I find to determine if they're of value for comparison, and then comparing them to known record impressions to see if I can determine the source that they may have come from.
Mr. Orlowitz, what areas do you specialize in at the state lab?
Just fingerprints.
And I want to talk about your background, your training. Can you tell us what your educational background is?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of New Hampshire in biology. That's my educational experience. Outside of that, my training specific to my duties, I went through roughly a 6-month program in the state of Alaska to learn how to process evidence for latent prints. And then when I moved to New Hampshire and started at the lab here, I went through roughly another 10-month training program to do the analysis and comparison portion. This training program is sort of like a residency program, so it's shadowing personnel who are already employed at the laboratory while doing my own independent research and study in those areas to become competent. And then there's final competency exams before I'm allowed to do any independent work.
And you mentioned your Bachelor's of Science. What year did you obtain that degree?
2015.
I want to talk about the New Hampshire State Police Training Program for Friction Ridge Detail. Are you familiar with that program?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what it is?
So that was the residency program that I was just describing. So it's an in-depth program where any trainee, myself included, who goes through is learning about friction ridge processing, analysis, and comparison for an extended period of time in order to become competent in the field.
And Mr. Orlowitz, do you currently hold any certifications in your field?
I do.
Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I have a certification from the International Association for Identification for latent print examining.
Can you also tell the jurors what you have to do to become a latent print examiner?
In order to, there's an application process to take the certification test. So I had to put together a packet showing my experience and training in the field, as well as showing that I was currently employed in the field and doing latent print comparisons. I believe the certification mandates that at least you have to have at least 2 years experience doing latent print comparisons before you can take the certification test. So that was submitted to the certification board, and then when they deemed that I met the qualifications for the test, they sent the written and practical portions of the test, which I completed and passed.
When did you obtain that certification? What year?
2021.
And Mr. Orlowitz, about how many fingerprints would you say you've personally examined over the course of your career, both here and in Alaska?
Thousands.
Is the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory accredited?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that accreditation is?
Our accreditation is through the American National Accreditation Board. It's a third-party company, essentially, that reviews any work policies at our laboratory and makes sure that they are meeting industry standard, and then also makes sure that we are adhering to those policies in our day-to-day work. They come through every 4 years for an on-site review, and every 2 years, I believe, for a document review to make sure that we can hold our accreditation for the laboratory.
And Mr. Orlowitz, as part of your role with the lab, do you have to undergo continuing education?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that is, what that requirement is?
So in order to maintain my certification through the IAI, I have to have a minimum number of continuing education credits in each 4-year period between my certification tests. So I'm routinely searching for new courses to help bolster my training and experience that in regards to latent prints.
How often would you say you undergo those new courses that you mentioned?
I'm actually in one right now, so fairly often.
Fairly often.
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, have you ever been qualified as an expert in fingerprint and palm print analysis in a superior court here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
How many times?
Once that I remember off the top of my head.
And how about a superior court in Alaska?
Not for fingerprint analysis, no.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to have criminalist Orlowitz qualified as an expert in the field of fingerprint and palm print identification.
Any objection?
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
The court finds him so qualified.
Want a cough drop?
Mr. Orlowitz, before we move on, I want to talk about, I want to teach the jurors exactly what fingerprint, palm print analysis is.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to look at several slides, demonstrative slides?
Yes.
Do you feel like those slides would aid the jurors in understanding what you do, exactly what it is that you do?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, permission to publish several slides.
May we approach?
Yes.
More water ASMR. On the stand right now, latent print examiner from the New Hampshire State Police Lab. I'm thinking his name is Martin Orlowitz. He's married.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Like the fajita. The fajita. Just one.
So hot in here.
Thanks, Buttercuppy. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Thank you for joining. He's going to start counting ceiling tiles now. Oh, Elaine. She's going to cross this guy and we're going to be like this.
And you know what I have to say to ANC?
Oops, wrong one. Here we go. Some Joe Rogan.
And you know what I have to say to ANC Taylor, the defense lawyer? Bring it on, woman.
Oops, wrong one. What happened to my Joe Rogan?
You're what the French call les incompetents.
Directly off.
Oops. Oh my God, now it's going crazy. Oh, man.
Yeah, they're loud and beefy.
You know what they say? The good ones are always taken. That's what they say, anyways.
I'm sexy and I know it.
I work out. Oh my God, this guy.
I'm sexy and I know it. I work out.
Jennifer loves horses.
Bring it all in.
Bring it all in.
Someone on Facebook commented on one of my posts yesterday and said, "Bring it all in." I know, Samantha. It's so weird.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
We're back. For a minute, I thought we were on recess.
Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy.
And Mr. O'Rourke, just to clarify, the demonstrative photos that you reviewed prior to testifying
Exhibit
today,
E.
nothing to do with this case. Is that correct?
No, as far as I know, they're just stock images of fingerprints or friction-ridged skin.
So, Mr. Rolowitz, what is a fingerprint?
A fingerprint or friction-ridged skin is the skin that's on the grasping surfaces of your palms and your fingers, as well as on the bottoms of your feet and your toes. Its name implies its function. Friction-ridged skin provides friction to those surfaces of your hands and your feet in order for you to be able to better grab things.
And what are some of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint, in the science of fingerprint and palm print analysis, identification and analysis?
So, two of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint analysis and comparison are that the friction-ridged skin that you are born with is unique to you. So, any individual has unique patterns and flows of friction-ridged skin across their hand. And then the other fundamental is persistency of that detail. So the details that are present in your friction-ridged skin should persist throughout your life, barring any catastrophic change.
And the images that are depicted on the screen there, what do they depict?
These two images, the image on the left shows a fingerprint, specifically the distal phalange of a finger, the one furthest from the palm. It's showing the friction-ridged skin present on that, and then the photo on the right is showing a palm print, or a portion of the palm print. This portion of the palm is called the interdigital palm. It's just underneath where the fingers meet the palm, and it's showing the friction-ridged skin there.
Can you tell the jurors what a latent impression is?
Latent impressions are, rather than your physical skin, your friction-ridged skin, a latent impression is a chance impression that might be left behind when an individual touches an object. So the residue that is present on your skin may deposit itself onto a surface, leaving a copy, essentially, of your friction-ridged skin on that surface. It can also be the inverse, where if a surface is dirty, your friction-ridged skin could lift up the contaminant that's on that surface, leaving almost a negative image of your friction-ridged skin behind.
I don't know.
Can you tell the jurors what a known impression or known print is?
Known impressions they're also referred to as exemplar impressions or record impressions. So these impressions are taken anytime someone is fingerprinted. These are a known recording of an individual's friction-ridged skin. Traditionally, these were done with ink, by rubbing ink onto someone's finger and then rolling that finger on a piece of paper to record that. Now there's digital systems that capture the same information.
And how are fingerprints deposited onto an item?
So again, latent prints, it's a chance recording. So there's a possibility of when someone touches something that friction ridge detail can be left behind. If some of the residue that's on your hand stays on the surface, or if residue that's on the surface comes away on your hand.
So is it like what you'd see on TV where if someone touches something, it always leaves a fingerprint?
Not always. There's a variety of factors that may inhibit deposition of friction ridge detail. The easiest one that I can think of is if someone was wearing gloves. When I work in the laboratory, I wear gloves so that I don't leave fingerprints on the things that I'm working on. That's the easiest way to inhibit deposition.
What determines, other than the gloves, what determines whether fingerprints are left on an object?
There's other types of surfaces that are very difficult for fingerprints to be left behind on. So for instance, clothes, these types of porous surfaces, they don't hold friction ridge detail or fingerprints very well. Surfaces that do hold fingerprints very well are nice, smooth, non-porous surfaces, or things like pieces of paper, the adhesive side of tape. Those things hold fingerprints very well. It also depends on environmental factors. So if the surface is very wet, the likelihood that a fingerprint may remain goes down. If a fingerprint may also be deposited, but then later be washed away if it's raining. So there's a variety of factors that go into deposition.
And how long do fingerprints generally remain on an object?
It's difficult to say exactly how long a fingerprint may stay on an object. Again, it depends on environmental conditions. So if, to give an example, if a fingerprint is left on an exterior window in the baking sun, and then it rains the next day, and then we go through some New Hampshire weather and it snows or we have a nor'easter, there's a higher chance that that fingerprint is going to be washed away or wiped away than, say, a fingerprint that is inside a house on a metal fridge that gets touched, every day. Likely there will be fingerprints there much longer.
I want to switch gears just a bit. Once you've received a fingerprint, how do you go about analyzing it?
When I'm looking at fingerprints, I'm trying to analyze any of the information that's present within them. So the information that I'm looking at is a macroscopic to a microscopic feature. Generally, we describe these as level 1, 2, and 3 detail.
Mr. Orlowitz, how is an identification made and a comparison conducted?
A comparison is conducted by taking the analyzed latent impression and then comparing it to known impressions or a record impression to determine if there's the same source or if they're not the same source. An identification specifically is a conclusion that can be rendered if it's my determination that the latent print and the record impression have enough detail in similarity in order for me to say that they came from the same source.
And so the screen shows this methodology ACE. Can you describe that to the jurors?
This is the analysis, comparison, and evaluation methodology that I use on every case that I work. This is the methodology that most latent print examiners in the field use. So analysis is, again, assessing the detail, so assessing those macroscopic and microscopic features, those 3 levels of detail. Once that's done, I would move to the comparison phase, comparing the latent impression that I analyzed to known record impressions. And then my evaluation is my final conclusion of my comparison phase. So whether I identify the print, which is, as I said, when it's my opinion that the 2 impressions came from the same source, or if I exclude the print, meaning that the latent impression and the record impression, I believe, are from different sources, there's a third conclusion I can come to called inconclusive. This conclusion is used if the record impressions that I have available to me are too low quality in order for me to definitively say whether the latent print came from them or did not come from them.
Mr. Orlowitz, can you walk us through that identification process and the different levels of detail that you're looking for to make a comparison?
So during my analysis, again, assessing the details present in the latent print, I like to think of it as starting with a macroscopic view of the impression and then moving to a microscopic view. There's 3 levels of detail. Themselves are flowing across the finger or across the hand. In fingerprints specifically, there are 3 pattern types that are typical to see. There is an arch pattern type, a loop pattern type, and a whorl pattern type. Those are helpful in determining anatomical source and orientation. If I can see a pattern type, I can determine this likely came from a distal phalange portion of the finger, and I can usually determine which orientation is up on that, which direction would be up on that latent impression. Because all I'm assessing with level 1 is the ridge flow, I would not make an identification just based off of that ridge flow. Lots of people in the population share pattern types. So a lot of people have whorls, a lot of people have loops, a lot of people have arches. That's a macroscopic detail. But the microscopic detail, the level 2 and 3, is where I can begin to make an identification.
So let's discuss level 2 detail.
The level 2 detail is ridge path formation or deviation. So this is moving from looking at the entire latent print to looking at one single ridge at a time. And what I'm determining and looking at in my analysis is where these ridges are ending, where they're splitting, where there's smaller ridges. So I'm searching for attributes specific to each ridge. A grouping of these attributes can be used to identify a latent print to a source.
And so I see bifurcations up there. Can you describe what that is for the jurors?
Bifurcation would be where a ridge splits from one ridge into 2 ridges. A ridge ending is exactly what it sounds like. It's where a ridge ends. And then a dot or a short ridge is just a very small segment of ridge instead of a longer portion.
And can you just identification process in terms of level 2 detail? What are we looking at on this slide?
So this is this photo is showing specifically those 3 features that I just mentioned: bifurcations, ridge endings, and dots. It's pointing them out in the greater ridge flow in the larger image, and then zooming in to show you the exact feature in the smaller images.
Let's discuss level 3 detail.
Level 3 detail, this is the most microscopic level of detail that I use during my comparisons. This level of detail goes from looking at a single ridge to looking at the exact characteristics and attributes of that one ridge. So where the pores are present on top of the ridges, what the edges, the edge shape of the ridges look like. This
Wake up.
level of detail is not commonly recorded in latent impressions or record impressions because it is so microscopic. But when it is present, it is highly discriminating and highly useful in identification and exclusion decisions.
Can an identification be made in all cases?
No.
And what does it mean if you cannot find a fingerprint when you're during your analysis?
Do you mean if I don't develop any on evidence, or?
Correct, yes.
So if no fingerprints are developed on evidence that I'm processing, I can't say whether or not that item was touched or had ever been touched. Like I said before, there's a large number of factors that go into deposition of a latent print, as well as if that latent print remains on the surface. And I have no knowledge or control of those factors before the evidence gets to the laboratory.
So if a fingerprint or friction ridge is not observed on one of the items you're analyzing, does it mean that that was not touched?
No.
And I think you touched on this earlier, but speaking generally, what variables may cause a fingerprint not to be detected on one of the items that you're analyzing?
The fingerprints may be wiped away over time if an object contacts another object, or if something is cleaned, as well as environmental factors. So latent print residue is a combination of waters, fats, amino acids. Over time, those things degrade, they evaporate, so there's a potential that the print could itself just disappear.
Mr. Orlowitz, I want to switch gears and discuss State v. Adam Montgomery. Did you conduct analysis in this matter?
Yes.
And what did you process?
I processed 5 items of evidence that were submitted to the laboratory for latent print impressions.
And I want to begin with an item with the evidence number JD47. Does that item stand out to you?
Yes.
What was that item, or what is that item?
I remember that item being a red Igloo brand cooler.
Do you think you'd recognize that if you saw it today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is JD47, the red Igloo brand cooler that I processed at the laboratory.
Is that a true and correct copy of the item that day?
Yes, it appears so.
Your Honor, the State moves to strike State's Exhibit 29 for identification.
No objection.
All right, the idea is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
And so, if you can just point to, let's talk about this. Did the item arrive in your laboratory that way, appearing as it does in this image?
To my recollection, yes, it did.
And are there stickers placed on this item?
There are, yes, several.
And had this item, at the point that this image was taken, had it undergone analysis?
I don't recall if it had gone through my laboratory analysis at this point. I believe, I don't want to speculate on that. I don't recall if that was before analysis, but I believe it might have been.
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 28.
Okay.
Having seen this item, does that refresh your recollection on whether or not image State's Exhibit 29 had undergone analysis?
Again, I don't believe it went through latent print analysis before that image was taken.
Okay. At some point, did it?
Yes, it did.
And you conducted that analysis?
Yes.
And again, you identified it in the photograph there. Would you recognize that item if you saw it today?
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 73, and I'm just going to ask that you stand. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Is this the item that you conducted testing on?
Yes, it is.
Remove it from the baggage.
Bring it all in.
The igloo cooler that you mentioned examining, is this that item?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that it's that item?
I recognize the item from when I processed it. I also believe if it's the same packaging or the packaging is present inside from when I analyzed it at the laboratory, my initials should be on a evidence tape seal. It looks like it may have been repackaged since I processed it.
So this is a true and correct. This is the item that you.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to strike down State's Exhibit 73 and mark as full.
Any objection?
Objection.
The ID is stricken. It's marked as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Orlowitz, you mentioned processing that item, analyzing it. What were the results of that analysis?
I did not find any friction ridge detail on that exhibit.
No friction ridge detail?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's in the new one. And they're on that thing? They're on that slide. Okay. You can say that I agree with you.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 109 through 135. And I'm just going to ask that you review each of those items in turn and just look up when you've had an opportunity to review all of them.
those items, States Exhibit 109 through 135?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize?
These are images that I took or generated in relation to my latent print processing and analysis and comparison for this case.
Are those true and correct photographs of the images or the items that are depicted?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish. So strike ID for States Exhibit, what's marked for identification is items 109 through 135.
No objection.
Right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as a full exhibit.
So, Mr. Orlowitz, switching now to the white metal ceiling, it's MER 3A and 3D. So metal ceiling, a vent, and a section of drywall. Did you have an opportunity to analyze those items?
Yes, I did.
And based on your analysis, were you able to develop friction ridge details for those items?
I was able to document friction ridge detail on MER 3D, which was a section of drywall with metal framing, as well as MER 3A, which was a ceiling vent, a white ceiling vent.
And did you denote those friction ridge details in any particular way?
All of the friction ridge areas that I documented were designated with an L number, so L1, and so on as more would be documented.
And was that L1 through L13?
Yes, it was.
And so the image that we're looking at now, what are we looking at there?
This is an image that I took to show the rough location of the first area that I documented, L1, on exhibit MER 3D. So where the small adhesive tag with the ruler on it is, that's the rough location of L1.
And if you can just point that out on the screen there, Mr. Orlowitz. And so does that item, that sticker that you just pointed to, does it say something on it?
It says L1 on it. It's labeled.
And is that just another photo of L1?
Yes.
And what does this image show us?
This is showing the rough location of the next two areas that I documented, L2 and L3. They are similarly labeled as L1 with the small adhesive scales in this area.
So that's L2 and L3. Closer version.
Yes.
And those are the stickers that you mentioned?
Yes.
What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is showing the location of the next three areas that I documented, L4, L5, and L6, with their related labels.
And what does this image show us? Let me back up one. What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is a different angle of those same three areas, L4 through L6.
And can you just point so the jurors are able to see?
This is L4, L5, and L6.
And what is this item?
This is exhibit MER 3A. This is that ceiling vent. This is a photo that I took to show the location of several designated areas that were on, I guess I would call it the underside of it, so the side that would typically be in a ceiling, not the visible side of it.
And can you identify in that photograph just each of the areas that you designated items?
The areas present in this are excuse me, L7, L8, L9, and L10 in that corner. There's another tag over here, but I'm not sure what the designation is on that one.
Let's focus on L7 through L10.
This is a closer view of those same 4 areas from that front left corner in the previous photo.
And just for those in the back that can't see, can you just point out?
Again, L7, L8, L9, and L10, the furthest.
Which of those items had sufficient details that you can compare them to known impressions?
During my analysis, I determined that some of these areas had multiple sections of ridge detail in them, so they were subdivided out. So instead of just being L8, I subdivided out to L8A through L8E, for example, so 5 impressions in that one area. Of all the impressions that were present in this case, L6, L7B, L8A, L8D, L9, L11, L10A through L10C, and L13 were all determined to be sufficient to move on for comparison.
Okay, and this is showing State's Exhibit 116. I want to take a look at the prints that you found, beginning with, you mentioned L7. I want to look at that first, and so it's blown up here. If you could point out L7 again, the friction.
L7 is in this area.
Okay, and what did you do with L7? How did you analyze it?
So again, moving back to how I described the analysis phase before, L7 particularly was 2 impressions, so I sub-designated those L7A and L7B. Looking at the details present, the level 1, 2, and 3 detail present in those 2 impressions, L7A I determined was not identifiable, so I would not be moving forward with that impression to comparison. There's not enough detail present in it that I believed was reliable to make any sort of conclusion with. L7B, on the other hand, I determined to be identifiable based on the detail present in it.
And just for those that can't see, can you point out those items, L7A and L7B?
L7A is the impression on the left of the photo, this area here. L7B is this impression on the right of the photo, this larger area.
And what analysis did those impressions undergo?
So the analysis that I'm doing for all of these impressions is the same as I've described before, looking at the 3 levels of detail, documenting detail that's present in them, particularly when I'm marking up an analysis image like this, I will mark level 2 features that are present, or if there are reliable, what I believe to be reliable level 3 features that are present in the impression, I'll mark those up as well. So I'll put like a small green dot at the end of an ending ridge, or at a bifurcation, or around a dot, or if there's a section with pores that I can see, I could shade that a different color, and I can use that group of features later in my comparison.
And can you show us where you did that in this image? And that for the record is referring to State's Exhibit 117.
There are very small green dots at the end of these ridges or these bifurcations that are present in this image.
And the large line at the top, what does that indicate?
In my field, we would call that a horseshoe. The horseshoe line at the top of the impression means that I have deemed it to be identifiable. So any impression that has a horseshoe over it, it's denoting 2 things. One, that I've determined that is a fingerprint impression specifically, so from a finger, as well as that I believe it's identifiable.
And what is written next to L7A?
Next to L7A is NI, is written NI, which stands for not identifiable.
With respect to L7B, what was your next step in that analysis?
The next step after analysis would be my comparison.
Okay, and let me stop you there. When you were analyzing the items that you received, did you have anything to compare those items to? Any known samples, known prints?
When the evidence came into the laboratory, I was not supplied any known impressions to compare to.
Okay, and I believe you're going to say the next step of your analysis, and I'm moving to State's Exhibit 118. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart. So this shows the latent image from the evidence on the left-hand side, and then the image on the right is from a record impression or exemplar impression. Excuse me. So comparing the feature, in this image, I'm marking features that I marked in my analysis onto the record impression to determine if the two have enough similarity in order for me to establish an identification. And then I would create this chart showing the areas of correspondence that led me to my identification conclusion.
Were you able to identify the person that deposited that print?
Yes, I was.
And who was it that you identified?
Adam Montgomery.
And can you show the jurors the comparison? Stand up.
Got him, maybe approach?
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, at some point during your involvement on this matter, did you receive known prints for Adam Montgomery, the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive any other known prints?
I also received known prints of Kayla Montgomery.
And I believe you said you made a comparison and you received a result. Can you remind the jurors what that result was?
Yes. For this latent L7B, I identified the left middle finger of Adam Montgomery as the source.
And how many levels of detail are present in this analysis?
In this particular analysis, the levels of detail that I used were level 1 and level 2. The level 3 detail present in the latent impression was spotty or non-existent at best. And so not much of it was used, not much or any of it was used for the comparison phase.
And when you say L1 and or L2, that's level 1 or level 2?
Yes, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Don't want to be
level 1
confused
and level
by-
2. I'm sorry about that.
And again, you mentioned level 3 being rare.
It is rare, yes.
Let's take a look at another print that you found. I want to focus on L8. Can you point the jurors where
This
L8?
is L8.
So I'm showing what's been published or admitted and published as State's Exhibit 119. What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is a photograph that I took of the latent area, L8. So there are multiple impressions present that I further sub-designated during my analysis, but this is a photo that I took during processing of that exhibit.
And those sub-designations, do you recall what they were?
Yes, they were L8A through L8E.
And does this image show an alternative light source?
It does, yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, why you use it?
An alternative light source is a forensic lighting application that is typically used in conjunction, at least in the laboratory, with a dye stain or some sort of fluorescent chemical. What this enables us to do is remove background color or pattern from the evidence in order to better visualize friction ridge detail that's been developed on that item.
And now this is State's Exhibit 120. What does this show us?
This is my analysis image of L8A through L8E.
And what was your analysis? What was the results? Were you able to develop? Go ahead.
Sorry. My initial analysis was that 3 areas were identifiable: L8A, L8C, and L8D, I believed to be identifiable. L8B and L8E I determined to be not identifiable and would not be moving forward with those to comparison. During the course of my analysis, I reanalyzed L8C and determined that the detail present in that was not enough for me to reliably move forward with that impression to a comparison. So I determined that L8C was also not identifiable. And so now L8A and L8D are identifiable impressions.
And how did your analysis proceed with those items?
The same analysis methodology that I've been describing. These were all determined to be L8A and L8D were determined to be fingerprint impressions. That's the horseshoe over the top of both of them. So I would be comparing fingerprints to these.
And who did you compare those two?
I compared Adam Montgomery to these impressions.
And were you able to identify the L8A friction ridges from MER3A?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify those to?
I identified those to Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
I believe the left middle.
And how many levels, with respect to L8A, how many levels of detail were present?
I'm not sure. Without looking at my chart, I'm not 100% sure. But in any latent impression, any of the 3 levels of detail can be present and can be used for a comparison. In most of these impressions, I was using level 1 and level 2 detail to arrive at my identifications.
With respect to L8D, were you able to identify friction ridge details from that item?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify as the source of those?
I identified Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
The left little.
Let's look at another print that you found. This one, L9. This is State's Exhibit 121. Can you tell us what we're observing here?
This is my analysis of L9. This impression I analyzed to be a simultaneous deposition, meaning that both areas present in this image are from one simultaneous touch. Both fingers came down at the same time and left these impressions. I determined that based on the angle of contact as well as deposition distortion present in the images. So this is a identifiable simultaneous fingers impression.
Can you show the jurors how that would occur using the screen there? The
Generally,
simultaneous
if
impression.
2 fingers come down at the same time, in this case at a higher angle of contact, both impressions would be left at the same time.
And how is this analyzed? How did you analyze it?
As I said, I analyzed this to be a simultaneous fingers impression.
And who did you compare L9 friction ridge details to?
I compared this to Adam Montgomery.
What were the results of that comparison?
I identified Adam Montgomery, specifically his left middle and left ring fingers, as having made this simultaneous impression.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 122. What is that showing the jurors? Does that show us?
This is my comparison chart of L9. So the latent impressions are the images at the top of the screen, And then the known record impressions are on the lower section.
You mentioned that these are Adam Montgomery's fingerprints. Which finger specifically from Adam Montgomery?
Specifically the left middle and left ring fingers.
I want to look at another print that you found, so I'll draw your attention to L10. Did you have an opportunity to analyze L10?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how you analyzed it?
L10 I determined to be 3 separate fingerprint impressions. These fingerprint impressions, I decided that they were not simultaneous because of the angle of deposition and the almost impossibility of deposition simultaneously due to anatomical position of the fingers on the hand and the directionality that these were deposited in. So these were all designated separately, L10A, B, and C, and they're all horseshoed at the top to show that they're identifiable fingerprint impressions.
Okay, and the image that you just pointed out that has horseshoes at the top to show that they're identifiable, that image, you did those horseshoes at the top, is that correct?
Yes, I
That's
did.
part of your analysis?
Yes, the analysis images with any markings on them, I generate those at the laboratory as part of my analysis.
And here we're referring to State's Exhibit 123. Did you have an opportunity to compare those items to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And whose known prints did you compare them to?
I compared these to Adam Montgomery.
And I want to go through each in turn. So let's start with L10A, and I'm showing you State's Exhibit 124. What does this show us?
This is my comparison chart, the latent being on the left side, the known being on the right. This is my comparison of L10A to Adam Montgomery's left middle finger.
And Mr. Orlowitz, what was the result of your comparison of L10A?
This was an identification to Adam Montgomery.
Do you know which finger of Adam Montgomery's?
The left middle.
I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 125. What does this image show us?
This is L10B, again, a comparison chart of the latent on the left, the known on the right, showing my identification conclusion.
Who did you compare L10B to?
I compared it to Adam Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
I identified L10B to the left index finger of Adam Montgomery.
I want to turn to State's Exhibit 126. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart for L10C, latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion for that impression.
And what was your conclusion for that impression?
I identified L10C to Adam Montgomery's left little finger.
I want to look at another print you found. I'd turn your attention to L11, and here I'm looking at State's Exhibit 127. What is this image showing us?
This is one of my processing images from processing the item of evidence MER3A that this latent L11 came from. This is just showing the latent in its entirety.
And how did you process this latent?
This latent itself, are you referring to the chemical processing or?
The chemical processing.
Chemical
yes.
processing. This latent itself went through a process, this item itself, I'll say, went through a process called lumiscyanofuming. So it's a superglue fume that when heated up will polymerize on top of friction ridge detail present on an exhibit, present on an item, and it will leave a white residue, very light white residue on top of the ridges. This helps preserve them. It also helps make them more visible. Lumicyano also combines a fluorescent dye, so it can then later be visualized with an ALS, which I mentioned earlier, to help better visualize any prints present on that exhibit.
I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 128. What does State's Exhibit 128 show us?
This is my analysis image of that latent L11.
After analyzing L11, did you have an opportunity to compare it to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And I'm turning to State's Exhibit 129. What does State's Exhibit 129 show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is my comparison chart of L11. L11 was analyzed to be a palm print, not a fingerprint. So this is my comparison chart of L11 to Adam Montgomery's left palm.
What were the results of your comparison, Mr. Orlowitz?
I reached an identification conclusion for this.
And who did you identify as the person that deposited that palm print?
Adam Montgomery.
And I'm sorry if I missed this, but which palm print was it of Adam Montgomery?
The left palm.
Mr. Orlowitz, I want to look at another print that you found, and I want to turn your attention to L13. This is State's Exhibit 130. What does this image show us?
This is L13. This latent was also present on MER3A. This is another processing image from that exhibit, from that evidence.
Did you have an opportunity to analyze this?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about analyzing it?
My analysis for this, I determined that this was a latent fingerprint impression in the opposite orientation from what you see in this photo.
And turn into State's Exhibit 131. What are we looking at here?
This is my analysis image of latent L13. The horseshoe for this latent is near the bottom of the image. So this is telling me that I believe this is an identifiable fingerprint impression, but also showing that my theoretical directionality of up for this would be this way actually, so that the finger, if you can imagine my finger on the screen, it would be in this orientation.
Did you conduct a comparison of L13?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare that item to?
Adam Montgomery.
And I'm turning to State's Exhibit 132. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart of L13. So latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion to the right index finger of Adam Montgomery.
I want to look at the final print that you found. So I want to turn your attention to L6, and this is State's Exhibit 133. Did you have an opportunity to process State's Exhibit 133, so L6?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about doing that?
The exhibit that L6 was on was MER 3D. This evidence was a large piece of drywall with metal framing on it. It was roughly 5 foot by 6 foot. It measured about that. I did a super glue fume, so similar to the Lumicyano fume that I told you about earlier, but without the addition of the fluorescent dye step. So this was just with the super glue fume in order to process for these impressions.
Were you able to analyze this item?
Yes.
And I turn your attention to State's Exhibit 134, which I've put up on the screen. What does that show us?
This is my analysis image of latent L6. So I determined that these 4 touches, these 4 areas of friction-ridged skin on this exhibit were one simultaneous impression. So all 4 of those fingers came down at the same time on the exhibit and left those 4 impressions.
Following your analysis, did you conduct a comparison of L6?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare L6 to?
I compared to Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Both of them were excluded as having been the source of this impression.
And did you conduct further comparisons on this L6?
After reaching those exclusion conclusions, I ran this impression through our automated biometric identification system, or ABIS system, which is a repository of record impressions from local systems as well as national systems.
So I turn your attention to State's Exhibit 135. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart of L6 to known impressions of an individual who was a candidate on the search list that ABIS sent back to me after performing the search against the records. This candidate's name was Yared Luyano Mondrag. I identified this impression as having originated from that source.
So after looking at the entire ceiling paneling, the vent, there were only 2 individuals you were able to identify as having deposited prints on those items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you remind the jurors who those 2 individuals are?
Adam Montgomery and Yared Luyano Mondrag.
Are you aware that Yared Mondrag, Mr. Mondrag, was the drywall installer?
I was not aware of that.
Thank you. No additional questions.
When you're ready, Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A couple of questions. One about the fingerprints that you just testified about identifying in a comparison to a person.
Yes.
Okay. You got a high degree of certainty that you've identified the right people, right?
Yes.
And for especially in some of those fingerprints that had that level 3?
I don't recall specifically using level 3 in any of my comparisons. They were also done in June 2022, so my memory may be a bit off.
In any event, a very, very high degree of certainty that Adam Montgomery's fingerprint